Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to open our 8th Summer Summit, if it's actually not the 9th Summer Summit. And today it will be all about technology at scale, invest and build it. And of course the discussion will fall also on sovereignty. What does it actually mean and how do we handle it in Europe? And I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I couldn't help smiling a little bit because at my desk, I'm sure this is a coincidence, because I'm sure it will be a heated discussion because everybody has an opinion on sovereignty, but nobody really knows what it looks like yet. There is gaffer tape. And I don't know what it means, but it might mean that we need to hang in there, right? So in this room today are members, partners, collaboration members from the member states, from our corporates, from our NTAs, from the Commission, from the Parliament, and from the institutions. We have amazing speakers. We have Ambassador of the US to the EU, Putzta. We have Enrico Letta, who invented actually the 28th regime. The idea that we should not have 28 or different regimes, but we should have, or 27 different regimes of regulation, but one for companies, as we actually were promised a single market, which many would argue, including me, that we don't have. As I always start by saying, the number is still the same. The number of companies that are trading across one European border, if you look at all our company base, is still around 8%. So there is still a lot to do. We will have around 800 people online. So welcome to everybody in the room and welcome to everybody who is also online today. So followed here, we will be looking at also sovereignty, the presidential priorities of Ireland, but also Lithuania and Greece. We will have representatives from Germany, from Parliament, from Commission. And I welcome you all, also the board members who were just re-elected or elected for our executive board. So today we will talk about 3 things. We will talk about how to cut the regulatory burden, how to invest in all the cool stuff that we can actually achieve with digital, and how to scale it. So it's just not an idea in one country, but actually scalable capabilities that can compete in Europe and beyond Europe. And we will also discuss something that is extremely relevant. Who will build the AI? There is no doubt that AI will change how we work, how we live, how we do business, who we compete with, and how we compete with them. So who will build the future AI? Who will be allowed to use the future AI? What happens the minute we don't have access to it? And how do we build the bridges as industry, making sure that geopolitical turbulence does not cause disruptions in our collaboration across border? So build, invest, and scale. Tech sovereignty, well, what is it really about? Well, we just have a new package coming out of the Commission. And I think Macron said it very simple. He said, there is no sovereignty, there is no sovereign country without the mastery of technology that will shape the future. There is no sovereign country without mastery of the technology that will shape its future. So who will shape that future? Does it have to be in the country? Can it be in Europe? Can it be with all our allies? Those are the big questions of today. And as I don't have the cursor to flip my slides, either someone else will do it or they will give it to me. Good. So for me, tech sovereignty is often misunderstood. It is the freedom to act. We all depend on others. Whether we are in a family, or we are in a society, we are under a government, whether we are collaborating globally with our partners, for sure we are dependent on others. So what are the dependencies that we want to be more equal on, we can ask? How do we make sure that we have the right friends to build what we need in society? Those are fundamental questions that might be slightly, I would say, even over debated at the moment. However, industry is absolutely the bridge that would bridge across those gaps. If we look at digital infrastructure, who will build the future of digital infrastructure? Well, let's just look at the data centers. The data centers have a full stack of different technologies, some of which others depends on Europe, like connectivity, energy technology, water technologies, and who knows, some of the quantum computing we have, technologies we have at the moment are quite superior. Some of which we depend on others. Right now, AI, a lot of hardware, and we could continue like that, AI algorithms. But is that necessarily deemed to not be right? Well, it works. We all work with each other. We partner with each other across borders. How can we remain in a partnership while the political turbulence might be a little bit with high waves in the sea at the moment? So, we had the first framework. Let's just remember that Europe as such, because we are not a federated Europe, a federal state, we don't have a common definition of sovereignty. We in Digital Europe think it's a very good idea that we have a common definition and a common framework. However, we also need to be careful that we're not overdoing it. It might end up as a huge regulatory monster. And nobody will benefit from that. Everybody has their own sovereignty framework. So US have the FedRAMP for the cloud solutions. They have the FOCI for the defense. But it's very limited to exactly some concrete criteria and very limited sectors. You can jump to India. They have their own way of doing it. You can jump to Germany. Germany also have their very own limited way of doing it. France has a way of doing it. Now, China is the master of sovereignty, I would say. They have strict ownership controls, meaning that the companies are forced to do joint ventures. That means basically giving away ownership of their companies. This is one of the only places this exists in the world. It doesn't exist in the US, it doesn't exist in Germany, it doesn't exist in France, and right now it doesn't exist in India. So, what can we learn? How can we learn from others who have done this before? What are the Germans doing? What are the French doing? What are the Americans doing? What are the Chinese doing? And where do we want to, which of the tools have been successful? We need to remind ourselves that we actually are living in a liberal democracy based on a market economy. If we are planning to continue that, we need to remember that the source of wealth is the right to conduct business. The right to set up a business and make a living, and actually earn a profit, and of course redistribute that profit for the benefit of society. So if we want to stay in that model, let's make sure that we also have the freedom to conduct business. So this is, of course, putting everything a little bit on the edge. So right now, our first initial analysis, we have something much more detailed, but we will come out with that in the next month, where we actually, instead of just discussing Europe and everybody's opinion, we are looking at the different tools used in different places in the world. And we are looking at the effect of these tools, which are the most, how can you say, or less restrictive on business success. Who actually creates real sovereignty? Because today, I will give you my opinion on what would be the biggest effect of sovereignty. Investment. Making sure that there is investment and procurement and market so companies can compete against each other to basically be the best and most innovative players. And that is exactly the tools that until now, EU did not have. They had regulation, restrictions, as the only real tool. Now this is changing. We have just seen our EIC coming out with 1 billion for defense tech. We have just seen the Commission, together with private investors, coming out with a scale-up fund. Only 5 billion, but let's see. It's too little, but who knows? Maybe we can take 50 billion in competitiveness fund and do something on dual use. Maybe we can take 50 billion from the competitiveness fund and do an equity fund for AI development or data center or chips, a giga chips fab for all our innovators to produce their chips. So I say there is so many opportunities, but for companies, what boosts our competitiveness, our ability to innovate, to win, are real money and demand in the market, not restrictions. So, how can we boost that? How can we turn the next budget into a real driver of growth? How can we attract every foreign player to invest in Europe? Wouldn't that be amazing? Can you imagine that we do a survey in 10 years and every CEO, foreign or European, would say, Europe is the coolest and best place and easiest place to do business in the world. That's an aspiration that is quite far from where we are now, but let's not forget the sight on what we are. We are a liberal democracy, and our wealth depends on the ability to conduct business. So right now, the Carta framework, well, it covers all of public sector as it looks right now. So it's quite scope, it's quite broad, it's quite extensive. Whereas in other parts of the world, it will cover only defense. It might be some very critical sectors and or extremely targeted technology like cloud. Still, it's criteria and there's openness. And you are not necessarily bound to give away ownership share. The level 1, you need an EU establishment and you need data residency in Europe. Even metadata and telemetry for all of the public sector. Level 2, active separation of foreign access, not just residency, and ownership of your own business, 100% is still allowed. Moving to the third level, no foreign control. You need to have adequacy. So adequate decisions is for privacy of data. I think we have, I don't know how many we have, but there is a few jurisdictions that doesn't have full adequacy that will, of course, create quite extensive problems if seen like that, depending on the interpretation. Last but not least, on level 4, I mean, you need to be fully European owned. And, there should be everything, the whole stack need to be European owned and simply only on European software, hardware, blah, blah, whatever. So control of the full value chain, it says. Control of the full value chain. Whoosh. I would like to see who has control of the full value chain today, if it has to be only in Europe. So quite a I would say, bold, extremely bold framework. And I would say level 4 is the most restrictive even compared to China today. So this is a proposal. So let's take a deep breath, breathe out, and then say it's on the table, it's up for discussion, the countries need to shape their view, and then we need to remember also that our biggest technology competition, how can you say, layer is a lot the application layer in healthcare. So the ones who are doing medtech, or the ones who are doing manufacturing applications, energy applications, etc. And the cost of this switch, it will be in our study, but let's just put just the switching cost for a service is around 1 to 2 million euros for a service. So let's do the numbers. Let's see if we have the money to pay this, and let's actually see if it's desirable for competitiveness. My role is to stand in the middle of someone who thinks we should take the whole thing and somebody who thinks that we should take much less. And I'm sure that we will have a good result in the middle, reminding ourselves that we are a liberal democracy. So, for me, it's all about making us more attractive. So what we are looking at and really focusing at is how can we get more European joint procurement? Just imagine, so 17 to 18% of the GDP of Europe is procurement. But it's a little bit, you know, we buy like 10 drones here and 20 drones in Latvia and 10 in Denmark and a few in Germany. Imagine if we copied a little bit some of the successful behaviors of the US, for example, doing pre-commercial tenders, large scale, creating a lot of innovation together. Imagine that we bought some of the technologies together, consortiums. We have a bit of it now. We have EDIPT. We have EuroHPC. We have actually a little bit of this right now. We could actually create a real European growth. But of course, member states, it takes a few bold leaders who says, I'm not going to go, if it's good for you, it's bad for me. We need to go, if it's good for you, it's good for me. And how can we do this together? So one of the things, of course, we need to remember, if you build a data center, because one of the things that Carter wants to do is basically to triple the data center capacity. Very good idea. Nobody can disagree on that, I believe, right? However, if you don't, and it is even have like 12-month permits. So I go like, okay, I want to build a data center. 12 months after, nobody have answered me. I'm going to go, I'm building, you know? So that kind, quite bold, something that we've been asking for the last 4 or 5 years. It also has involvement on the SME share, so that some of the procurement basically need to be given to SMEs. So a lot of good things, common tax incentives, investment in infrastructures, risk-based cloud sovereignty. But we need to remember one thing. If the data center is not connected to the grid, it's just a party house. I mean, it takes energy. So unless we have similar regulation or a rule set that basically gives permit to connection for the grids within 12 months, in parallel, of course, not sequential, then we just have a house standing around there with a lot of machinery but no power, which is not really beneficial. So that is definitely one of the things that we need. Grid optimization and grid connection of permits. So, enabling European innovators to grow and scale. We started the Digital Europe Unicorn Awards. Now there are 2. There's one for general tech and one for defense and dual-use tech. And today we have over 200 amazing companies that all our national trade association, and we have 45 of the kind, are nominating, and they are competing against each other, and we have number 1, 2, and 3 on each of them, and we have 10 nominees. 25% of these have either EIC, EIB, or EIF funding in the next few months after the nominations. Quite cool. I even had somebody asking me, so you guys are running the Scale-Up Fund. I'm like, no, I'm not thinking maybe we should. But okay, at least what we are doing is creating a pipeline. We are connecting with them with private investors, with public investors, and really creating a visibility around them. So here you, for example, have two of them, Quandela and Sateliot, but we could also mention Quantum System, Swarmer, Sparrow, companies that are going through the roof in basically growth at the moment in Europe. So, well, we lack growth capital in the late stage. So we get like a little bit of seed funding, and then we bootstrap a little bit, and then we get a little bit more, and then we crawl, and then we wait for small pockets of like 10 this and 50 that, right? But who can write the check of 100 million euros? Or 200 million euros? Right now, we don't do that in Europe. So this is why one of our things that we are focused at is the competitiveness fund. Imagine if we think like this. We actually have amazing assets. I had a conversation at highest level in the European Investment Bank, and they said, yeah, but you know, we are forced to have this AAA rating, and it's very risky to invest in tech scale-ups. And I said, no, it's not. Yes, but you know, some of them will not make it. I said, if they're a scale-up, I mean, they're probably going to make something out of it that is a much more value than, and the risk is relatively low. You will lose some, of course. Of course, but with the return of the investment of this sector, might be a really good way of earning good money, also for AAA rating banks. And the person said, I really never thought about that. That is really smart. Said if they, survive the first startup phase, they're probably going to be pretty valuable. So this is what's happening at Europe at the moment, and we will be the center of it. Still going forward, and thank you to all the National Trade Association who are rattling up the amazing companies that we have so they can be visible in digital Europe. So, an investment gap of 800 billion. Competitiveness fund, scale-up fund, Euro HPC. So how do we also, as Digital Europe, actually remind ourselves that we have Euro HPC now, everybody's happy with it, it works. It might be things that are not working, but it's actually a quite good tool. And then I meet with 2 other quantum companies, and they tell me they're running out of money, and they're telling us that they have no more money until 28. I said, listen, in 28, I mean, by 28, we're doing something else. We need to find a different project to actually support. So let's stop the hit and run. Let's stop this hit and run. We go and then we run out of money. We do it. I'm sorry, it's going to be 3 and 4 years before there's money. Let's make sure that things that work, we keep. We don't need to invent the plate each time and new tools and whatever. Let's just pick the 5 that works and let's actually do it again. Then we don't need to wait for new structures, new mandates, whatever. Let's make sure that we have it. So take what works, don't invent new structures, and build it out. Cut the regulatory burden. You will definitely hear Letta. I'm a big fan. Later today, the 28th regime. Just imagine. How many of you have started a business? How many have started a business? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a few. So just imagine that you actually have common rules on everything. Your taxation, how you register, what you need to report on, how you do VAT, how you have your employee shares, how you actually are taxed on capital, how you can raise capital. It would be bloody amazing. I mean, you would actually have a head start on this without even having to think about how to move to the next country. It's not just an idea, it's at the table, but for all the member states, now, please move it forward. We need all these amazing scale-ups to basically be able to navigate across Europe. The regulatory burden, 500 billion per year. And we haven't even started to implement half of the regulation that we have in pipeline. 500 billion. I don't know how many of you would think this is a lot of money. I think it's a lot of money, and of course we won't cut all the regulation, but think about if we could just half it. Think if we could bring it down to 100 million. We would have 400 billion to invest in innovative activities, in health, vaccines, cancer treatments, in connectivity, high speed all over, new forms of connectivity. In defense, making sure that drone doesn't land on top of our heads without us actually knowing where they came from, although we thought we were ready. So cut the regulatory burden and be real. Now the omnibuses are running and everybody's like, yeah, but you know, blah, blah, and maybe it's also dangerous. I mean, what's going to happen? We are the most regulated continent in the world. We have regulation on top of regulation on top of regulation. Let's actually simplify for real. So, boost, invest, scale, simplify regulation, and partner with strategic allies. Show me your friends and I should tell you who you are. In Europe, we need to have more friends with the member states actually agreeing to collaborate on how to invest, on how to actually make the frameworks even more similar. So let's actually do this together, how to simplify. But we also need friends with our allies to make sure that we can build a stack that mirrors the liberal democracy. Because even though we sometimes fight, we are still liberal democracies. And even within Europe, we have had hiccups with something that all of a sudden didn't look like a liberal democracy. But in the end, collaboration is basically the road to countering that. So, with that, let me welcome you all to the Summer Summit 2026, and I hope that you will have an amazing day. So, I am supposed to stay on stage, so I hope that you will bear with me while I juggle the cards that I didn't look at. So, with me on stage, I would like to introduce some amazing speakers on the next presidential priorities. So please, the Ambassador of Greece to the EU, Mr. Ambassador Vrilas, please. Thank you so much. Can they have a hand? Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Please. And also the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Minister Valis. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. And last but not least, Una, who is our leader of Tech Ireland on the current presidency. Please, Una. Hi. Do you need a hand? Thank you so much. Please.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay, I'm told that the ambassador needs to leave at 2, so I need to speed up. Thank you so much for coming, and sorry for making my speech slightly longer. Listen, one of the things that we have really had success with is to collaborate across the different presidencies, and I think we're going to kick it off today. We have really got good contact through all our national trade associations and with you guys in general. So we are really looking into what will good look like when we actually are through these next 3 presidencies. So let me start by asking you, Ambassador. So you have really, a lot of experience in how a country that transformed from a crisis economy and maybe a little bit old-fashioned economy into a digital economy. So Greece has really you have seen them jump up on the digital index over time. How do you attribute that? I mean, what were the things that you think that Greece did right?
Right. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting me. Secondly, I know it's not a very good idea to give the light to the moderator, but A, I'm not an amazing speaker, and B, I'm a jack of all trades and master of none, by definition, and B, I don't necessarily have to leave at 2. The world will continue to spin.
Perfect.
Even if I am 5 or 10 minutes late. Listen, we have a story to tell. It is a successful one. Whether it's on the economic front or on the digital front, we have a national blueprint. We've built the infrastructure, both administrative and also now the capabilities that allow us, we hope, to do better. We've seen that certainly on the public sector front with pilot projects. which allow for faster, more efficient administration, and that in turn leads to better governance and more democratic governance, as well as to good economic results on more widely spread. And we hope that we can also turn into a hub in light of our geographic position. So sort of a Mediterranean hub that would link the EU southern neighborhood, the Western Balkans, Eastern Europe, and of course we. When it comes to the job that we will do here in Brussels, today was the very first day of the Irish presidency, and it's always a reminder that in exactly 1 year we will be in the lead. And I don't know if you're familiar with the way it works. We sort of go around the table, and so we approach the presidency, and it was a bit of a shock when I saw how close we were to the chair. But we have been cooperating extremely well with our trio partners. We've done really good work, and of course we wish Ireland and Lithuania all the very best, because this will be very good for Europe. It will also be, if they do well and take care of business, it will also be good for the Greek presidency, because it'll mean less work for us.
Good. So at least a little bit of you said we have done quite a lot in Greece, and we want to be a hub. I mean, you're already a hub for some of the big institutions on cybersecurity, of course. And on data centers, you also are playing a major role. Do you see, now we discussed data centers just before, now jumping ahead, trying to go backwards, saying like, what will you, as a presidency, do you see that there will be particular things that would be most important in 27 that you would focus at?
I wouldn't have anything really very smart to say, and certainly following up on your presentation, because you really underscored all the various priorities, all the various areas on which we need to work. And there's building resilience, capabilities, attracting talent, developing skills, making sure that we have the regulatory framework that allows for, at the same time, strategic autonomy, but also being open to markets, to innovation. Not create a sort of fortress Europe when it comes to the digital world. That of course presupposes also agreements with trusted international partners. So we will be working on all these. We will be working on all these areas in the hope that we can produce the best results possible. Amazing.
So let's jump back to the Irish presidency today. Yeah,
right.
And I know that Ireland has basically, over the last 10 years, grown 200%. One of the reasons is basically all the foreign investment that you have attracted, right? Data centers, production of pharma products, etc. A lot of companies are headquartering and going out of Ireland. So, what are the ones that you see that would be like the most important for Ireland to drive forward now in the middle of what we are looking at right now with the geopolitical turbulence?
So I'm definitely not a fluent Irish speaker, but the theme for the Irish presidency is Níneart go cur le chéile, which means strength with unity. So that's really, I suppose, the focus of the Irish presidency, and kind of under that there's maybe a couple of main pillars, but for our discussion today, that'll centre around competitiveness, security and resilience, and trust. So all of those interplay with, I suppose, everything we've spoken about already this morning. On the competitiveness front, obviously in terms of the omnibus that will now kick on into the Irish presidency, there will be a major, obviously, focus on that in terms of, making sure it's fit for purpose. It does what we want the simplification agenda to do, and from an Irish perspective, we have been engaged very significantly with the Irish representatives, it's really well understood the need for competitiveness and especially digital competitiveness. On the trust piece, I think that's maybe indicative of some of the discussions maybe that are happening around sovereignty as well at the moment. That, again, the tech sovereignty package will probably get its first read-through under the Irish presidency. That, again, you know, Ireland comes to this with a very strong, as we call it, the transatlantic bridge relationship, but obviously working with like-minded partners, good history in terms of working with other member states and bringing people to the table and trying to, I suppose, you know, get people to the same page. Yeah. You know, very much open strategic autonomy, you know, absolutely protecting ourselves, but without building walls around ourselves and being too protectionist, but recognising the need, and I suppose this goes back to our security and resilience piece, the need for Europe to be able to have its own capacity and have its own, you know, businesses that are flourishing here. And again, we've already spoken about what are the fundamental building blocks of that. From an Irish perspective, you know, we've won, I suppose, particularly from a data centre perspective and that whole capacity piece. There's 107 data centres in Ireland. We're quite a small island. So this often gets remarked upon, and it does lead to, you know, capacity constraints in terms of the grid, and that leads to a lot of debate. But industry and government and all the various stakeholders are working together. There is a new large energy user action plan, which really, I suppose, predates. This came out before the tech sovereignty package, but you know, the deal was, if you want to build a new data centre, you bring 100% renewable energy to the table that you're going to require. And that then is kind of, you know, there's a quid pro quo, if you will. And that is essentially, I think, what Europe is proposing. From the renewable energy developer perspective, they need that hook. They need the large energy user to be there to actually come to long-term agreements in terms of power usage. They have that guaranteed customer, so it makes that investment worthwhile. For the data center, then they have that assurity that, you know, they have access to the grid connection that they need. And then from an infrastructure perspective, this is all going towards building Europe's capacity, which, as we know, is far behind the rest of the world. And that's really, I suppose, you kind of be able to walk before you can run, and I suppose the compute capacity of Europe is something that is really top of mind for us.
Yeah. So if you were to like condense it for what can Europe learn from Ireland during your presidency, what are the lessons on digital like growth that you know the rest of the country should go like, that's pretty smart?
I suppose it's the ecosystem. So we do have a strong Irish technology base. Really, you know, in terms of the employment numbers, although, you know, maybe from a tax perspective, the larger companies contribute a lot. Employment numbers wise, it's actually 50-50 pretty much. It's about 55-45 on the FDI, the foreign direct investment companies, and Irish-owned tech companies. And that ecosystem is really important. So the two actually interplay with each other. There's a spillover of talent. One moves from one and one moves to the other. And actually it spurns really good startups and scale-up companies. So nurturing that ecosystem, making sure it is interacting with each other, that is a huge part, and that's what actually drives it.
So the spillover effect of success, a little bit like creating a hub, because they're there, more will come. Yeah, the talent is there. You learn from each other.
Contagion
and how
effect,
to build that. Yeah. Okay. Good, Minister. So one of I predict that one of the presidential priority will be on defense and security. I mean, and for good reasons, right? You know what is awaiting on the eastern side if it goes wrong. So one of the things that Digital Europe is doing is that we are working on this drone coalition as an industry partner, trying to really bring together all the countries and all the industry stakeholders on that. So what does it actually take? I mean, what are you thinking around that priority, and what will be the main focus?
Yeah, so thank you very much for a very good question. But before this, you know, I would like to thank once again for organizing such an important event for all Europeans, you know, for all our partners. And first of all, I would like to thank as well for your all assistance to Ukraine that you're doing, you know, because it's very important. Perhaps, you know, most of you haven't thought about the fact that next month we're going to have 18 years when you remember what happened during the Olympics. In the middle of Olympics, we had like a pure military aggression against the sovereign country, Georgia. And nobody could believe, what's happening. And then finally, Georgia lost 20% of its territories. And because of the not proper help, assistance to Georgia, what happened today to Georgia? After all this damage for the country, 20% of the territory was taken like in the middle of the night. We all remember that. For me, it was like, huge, collapse, about like the entire world. So, and now, because of like not enough support to Georgia, now it's back to Russia's hands, to the aggressor that took, 20% of the territory. So let's go back to Ukrainian side now. What's happening in Ukraine? Again, we have like all this war, for more like almost 12 years, like intensive war, like since 2022. And again, Ukraine has lost already almost 20% of the territory. And if we don't assure that they will have enough support, enough guarantees, who can guarantee that there will not be the same scenario? They will not go back, to the aggressor, So what you're doing, for Ukraine is very important. Like, and our as Europeans, duty to measure, overall efforts in order to manage this kind of risk, because it's going to be a really, really huge. And Ukraine is 10 times larger than Georgia. So again, and I'll go back to your question, of course, but I just wanted to highlight, that some of the things that we don't notice, and it's 18 years already after this, so like we should, not forget about it. So coming back to your question, again.
May I ask you a counter question? Do you think that awareness that Europe has succeeded in educating all of Europe on what's actually going on the eastern flank? So one of the, it speaks for itself, but it is still something that we are talking about as a single incident, but it actually, as you say, is not a single incident. It happened before.
Exactly. If we speak about like other forms of this war, or like hybrid attacks, as we call it, we are always been tested, by different forms. It could be illegal refugees. It could be cyber attacks. It could be meteorological balloons, illegal balloons that are sent to the national airport, that's paralyzing not just one particular country like ourselves. It's just blocking the part of European Union, the part of the single market. So any kind of attack against one particular member state is attack for all of us. And again, we should stop crying and saying like we're like small nations, individually, because with Ukraine together, European Union is again a 500 million population. We're huge. We don't realize, what kind of potential we have. We should be completely in line. I'm in line with what was said in the very strong introduction. Thank you for that. We should be as united because it's a part of our competitiveness. If we're not there, we'll be just, look what's happening with our demographic situation. We should admit that we're like dying. We're providing 1.6 child, as a family. So what's going to happen like in 20, 50 years? We're going to be gone. So we should highlight. We all realize that solving the problem starts with admitting it first, and then we can think about the action plan, how we go further. So coming back to our priorities, of course, we're completely planning to strengthen both our security and our technological footing at the same time. So we clearly see like defense, resilience, digital sovereignty are as two sides of the same coin. And and these will be central to Lithuanian presidency priorities. Perhaps you heard about the fact that Lithuania is already allocating, the most from our GDP to our defense industry. We're allocating 5.38% from our GDP. It's almost 5 billion euro for like almost 3 million population. It's a big, statement, and it's a good sign to know that we want to keep, that resilience. It's a clear message, that we want to become a regional hub of resilience, including multiple efforts, in the digital sector, and. Of course, resilience is the common thread across all of them, and it starts, with the security, especially on the eastern border of the EU and NATO. We all understand that, if we had if we didn't have this risk, we would have allocated, our assets into other areas. But we should understand that, this resilience is a part of our long-term, strategy of our competitiveness. Otherwise, they will just look at the entire Europe as a war zone, and we will lose, additional investments, additional, potential. So, if we just, say like what's going to be our focus, we're going to have 5 priorities, and I'm glad that Greece and Ireland has the same. It's going to be security and defense, EU enlargement. We believe that European membership should be also put on the agenda very clearly, because again, like what I started already with, if we don't send a clear message to Ukraine, we might lose it, and it's 10 times bigger than Georgia. It's going to be much bigger damage, for our potential and our synergies with this country. Also, competitiveness, as I highlighted a few times already, internal security, and social resilience. So these are the core priorities, and we will just try to highlight, first of all, on accelerating EU defense readiness. So our priority, is like delivery of like implementing the defense readiness agenda, scaling instruments like SAFE, EDIP, and other, increasing joint procurement and industrial cooperation. Also, secondly, Lithuania will make focus on strengthening deterrence of the eastern flank, as I said. Because we should all understand that we're all in the same shoes. It's not just some kind of a regional issue that is going to be solved by itself. And thirdly, we will be addressing hybrid threats and protecting critical infrastructure. So this is the core. If infrastructure protection is no longer just a physical, it's deeply digital, obviously. And we're being tested all the time. And based on our reaction, based on our efficiency, based on our smart approaches, we will be continued to be tested, or we will manage potential consequences of that.
Okay, let me return to you. So to return to you, Ambassador, so you have basically built out quite a lot of infrastructure, right? You have quite a lot of foreign investment, but also investment and growth in your own sector. How do you see that like playing along with it? Sovereignty is probably going to start in the package, then it's going to travel, and it might be around the Greek presidency that this will land. How do you see this package that has come out? Have you evaluated it yet, or what's your thoughts, your initial thoughts on the sovereignty package?
Right. First of all, I would like to agree very much with what the minister said, with one small nuance, that the Union's eastern border goes a little further south. But I fully agree with him on the principle that an attack against one EU member state is an attack on the EU as a whole. And therefore we should be collectively ready for it. And we've been fighting the battle in the Council to emphasize that all EU borders should be protected, and safety and security should be promoted on the basis of the 360 degrees approach, because we've seen also in recent months that nobody can be immune. Now, on what we plan to do, and this idea of sovereignty, I think we need to approach it with an open mind, with self-confidence, and at the same time make sure that we don't trap ourselves into, we don't fix ourselves into a corner, and we don't know false dilemmas, because you can promote at the same time strategic autonomy, resilience, making sure that you have this necessary European capabilities, but as I said a bit earlier, not isolate yourself from the rest of the world. Find those trusted international partners with whom you can do business, and also it's beyond preaching. You need to make sure that you attract the talent, you have skills mobility, you create the necessary infrastructure so that you can be competitive. Because at the end of the day, it's a security and defense issue, but also a competitiveness issue. So we will be doing the best we can in the Council to lead the negotiations. The trilogues with the European Parliament will also be very important. And we hope that by the end of 2027, there will be a lot to be proud of as a trio.
Great. So let me ask you a quick, so first of all, just summarizing, I hear, learn from our ecosystem and see that the more investment and the more you actually get on ground, the more, it attracts success, not only from the foreign investment, but also from, the national or European environment, right? Which is a quite important message for that, it's a little bit, the success is basically breeding additional success, right? And then I hear also, of course, a huge focus on Ukraine, opening the negotiations directly. I must say, I totally and utterly agree with you. I think it's so strange. I mean, even if it was only for selfish reasons, which I hope it's not, but even only for selfish reasons, why would we not embrace the World's Corn Chamber and the World's Innovation Chamber? I mean, for sure, this will benefit us both long and short term. So I can only say that Digital Europe would definitely support that. And last but not least, I also hear like an open form of sovereignty, building out what we believe in, have the self-confidence to believe that we can actually achieve something without shutting all the doors and kicking people out. So that's very reassuring. One last really fast question on, because we have all now we're talking about, yeah?
May I say, I just forgot a couple of
please.
things. We need also to reduce our dependencies. We need to, in a smart way. And I forgot to mention what you also emphasized in your presentation, the public procurement bit, which will also be very important.
Yes, it will also be in your presidency and
exactly.
probably open, I think, during the Lithuanian presidency. So that will be very important, and there's a lot of money if we do this right. So the second, so it's a very short, like 1 minute question to the three of you. Now we talk about all the demand side and how to do that, right? And how to be open and include. So we still carry around this big stone, called regulatory compliance cost. And no matter what, we are sick and tired. Nobody wants to talk about problems. It is kind of a problem, right? So 500 billion, we're dragging around that, and just the time you get up and you get people like me, you look at it and you think, it's like things that doesn't motivate innovators. So will you continue that journey? Will you basically, through your presidency, address, how we can cut the regulatory burden, or is there like a little bit like me, do we really need to? Not, I'm crazy about cutting this stuff, but complying with it doesn't motivate my innovative gene. So will you continue that journey on simplifying and cutting the regulatory burden?
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be key for the Irish presidency, and it's certainly an area we'll be driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I said no, I would look ridiculous. So, I just very frankly, just to try to, highlight, a few facts. So, when we speak about digital sovereignty, it's just not about isolation. It's about ability to act. So, we're gonna try to emphasize three things. First of all, reducing dependencies. Therefore, we'll just be building, our own capabilities, because without these capabilities, openness can quickly turn into vulnerability. Secondly, digital rules. Rules alone do not create technological strength. We need to ensure that our regulations will support investment, innovation, and scaling across the single market, rather than fragmenting it. And thirdly, we should build as many, partnerships as is possible with trusted allies. A few days ago, I just came back, from Washington, D.C., when we were signing, an agreement, Paxilica. Yeah. Having such kind of partnerships, being with like-minded partners, is another, way of being, confident that we're going to be enough, resilient and competitive. So these are the three parameters that we're going to incorporate, in our presidency.
Amazing.
Sure. You can rest assured we will be. I have a saying, I cannot promise 100% results, but I promise 120% of effort. And clearly, doing well on simplification will be good for Europe and for the European Union, and therefore, by definition, for my country as well. I need to be very honest, however. I believe we've done some really good, important strides on simplification in the past few months. There's a general sense of, that we need to look at this a little again, because what we have noticed is that you have national administrations, sometimes commission services, that see this whole exercise as an opportunity, or as a nuisance, because it sort of, takes them away from their comfort zone of the past few years, the copy-paste mentality, as I say, or even as an opportunity to reopen battles that they had lost when at the time of the adoption of a regulation. So we need to have a fresh look at that. We need to also reach out to the European Parliament, because they have their own little demons to fight there. We need to understand that it is in the interest of the European Union collectively to get to a good result, because otherwise, if we don't, we will be. It's good to know that you will be having Mr. Letta later. Quite frankly, we'll be doomed. There's no other way, and those 500 billion will sound great, but they won't amount to much if we cannot implement them in the best possible, most efficient way.
Yeah. I want to say thank you to all the three of you. Thank you so much for very inspiring. I think we have 3 amazing presidencies coming up. Thank you for your collaboration and your trust, and thank you for basically focusing at the right thing, getting Ukraine in, making sure that we simplify and build our ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you can, their stairs are there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, on that happy note and an amazing panel with great and clear priorities on how to run competitiveness, so the build, scale, and incentivize. Let me hand over to Milda for the next panel. Thank you. Milda.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Cecilia, and the Ambassador, Vice Minister, and our Vice President for such an interesting and really engaging debate. I'm looking forward to having another really exciting talk today, which is about Europe's data dilemma: protect privacy, share data, or stay competitive. First of all, of course, I would like to invite to the stage our dear panelists. Please, may I start with you, dear MEP Marina Kaljurant, who comes from Estonia. From SND, and sits in the LIBE committee in the European Parliament, which stands for Liberties, Home Affairs and Justice. And she is also the newly appointed Digital Omnibus Rapporteur. Welcome. Excellent. Then I would like to invite Minister from Poland, Dariusz Sztanderski. I hope I pronounce well. Hi, Dariusz. Welcome. Excellent. Dariusz is a doctor of economics and law, and he is also a lecturer in a university, Faculty of Economical Science in Warsaw. And he's a co-author, this is something I was very excited to read, of the program Digital State Strategy for Poland, which looks not only into the situation in Poland, but also in the European Union as a whole. So welcome to the panel. And last but not least, may I invite Mikael Beck from Ericsson. Hello, Mikael. Welcome. Mikael is an excellent expert in Ericsson, if I may say so. Mikael, you joined Ericsson in the 90s. I will not reveal the date, but you had multiple managerial positions in the organization. You are right now covering the Europe region as well as Asia-Pacific region, and have a special also role in Ericsson's business in Japan. And if I may add also a special note that you are a very active member at Digital Europe, also our former board member, our executive board member. So great. Welcome all of you to the stage. Unfortunately, the events team is telling me that we really have to keep it short because, of course, our distinguished guests, they have an extremely busy agenda. So I will try to keep it sweet and short, but I'm sure we can really go into the details of the discussion. So first of all, if I may start with a little bit of a setting the scene. I don't know if I need to do that because digital omnibus, I think everybody knows what it is. Anybody? Yeah? The fellow Brussels bubblers are, yes, I know. But just maybe to say to the ones, because of course, like we are also have audience online sitting in the capital, so it is really an attempt from the European Commission to try to change several laws in one go. To put it simply, and particularly here we are talking about the laws covering data, cybersecurity, privacy, GDPR, etc. Before I start and I give the floor to our panelists, I believe we have a Slido. Do we? Can we put it on the screen? Yeah. So there is a QR code. Believe you see it? Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Anna. You can use Slido to put questions, okay, to our panelists, and I will try to maybe pick one or two live from here if we have a minute or two. And if we don't, it's still very interesting to read your reactions, your comments afterwards. Excellent. So, Dariusz, I will start with you, if that's okay, because I know that you really have a very, very pressing agenda. So, if you really need to leave, just give us a sign. But to put it simply, of course, we know that industry and the society they need both. They need the protection, but also they need simplicity, and they need to have an ability to do business easily in Europe. And how do we strike that balance between the two? Are there any concrete ideas that come from Poland, and you being as a lawyer in particular, what could we change to actually strike that balance right?
Yep. So first of all, it's great to be here. It's always the great platform to share ideas, to have arguments, and to talk about both protection of our data and development. And as you said at the beginning, we need to be short, we have no time, and that's why I'm glad that we have some more time to discuss the digital omnibus. That there is possibility to work on the exact specific provisions. And to answer this question, how to find this balance between data protection and development of our businesses, I believe that the technology is the real answer. Because as we are discussing also today, such tools as the European Business Wallet, as European Union Digital Identity Wallet, those solutions are the real answer how to simplify procedures with having the same level of the protection. And I truly believe that after we implement both EUD wallet and European Business Wallet, those two will be the great enablers to the second wave of simplification. Because when I would have application to run my business and to contact with my government within my smartphone, then we will be able to start a discussion how I can automatically send all my report duties to the government, how I can strictly with the all GDPR rules share my data, only the part of data I want to share and nothing more. So I believe that those omnibuses that are already passed all under the discussion are only the beginning. The second strong wave of simplification made by technology is ahead, and I believe that this effort to implement both business wallets is worth to take, and then we'll be able to discuss more on simplification after, of course, digital omnibus would be properly discussed on the council level.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dariusz. And indeed, like we were very glad to see the development in the council that actually member states decided that it's needed to take some time to properly discuss. We were indeed quite worried here in Digital Europe that that maybe the discussions will be so rushed without any actual simplification. So we definitely applaud the decision from last week, and also to achieve that, just to ensure that business really stands behind this decision, and we definitely have ideas how to actually to make it better. So very happy to share those. And at Digital Europe, one thing, and I think several of you were here this morning and heard how we work at Digital Europe, which is a lot of work with the national trade associations, which means that they are the ones sitting in the capitals and actually working together with us to achieve good results in Brussels. So also us, we led a coalition of 30 plus associations coming from different countries, but also European associations who indeed are standing behind the decision in the Council. So well done. Thank you so much. Dear Marina, if I may, congratulations on your appointment as the rapporteur for the Digital Omnibus. It's really a great honor and lots of work now ahead. I know that you are well advanced as well with your ideas, what needs to be changed. And I know that you also have a particular interest in the GDPR, which is I'm sure something that is very interesting for the audience to hear. So would you share a bit your thoughts? What could we expect to see in the report from the European Parliament?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for being part of this excellent panel. And thank you for the discussion. I can already start with not agreeing to what has been already said here.
Excellent. Please.
For me, the fact that Council could not agree on its position was a real disappointment. Mm-hmm. Because I have to say that Council was very ambitious when looking at Commission's proposal, digital omnibus proposal. And on many points, I can say that the Parliament, at least the LIBA data protection side of the Parliament, shared Council's positions. What will happen now? I'm not going to name the countries. One is sitting on the stage, but I'm not going to name the countries who decided that they need more time. Let's see what they will do with the time. But having been in politics and in Parliament for many years, I'm afraid that the Council's position will not be as ambitious as it would have been during Cyprus presidency. Second, the aim of the digital omnibus is not to change laws. Aim of digital omnibus is to simplify, clarify, raise awareness, fight fragmentation, and raise competition. That's the aim of the digital omnibus. So if somebody wants to change GDPR or thinks that GDPR has to be discussed at least, now many years after being implemented and adopted, I do not argue with that, I agree. But that's another process. What the GDPR is about, and I also have to clarify that I'm not the only rapporteur on digital omnibus. In the European Parliament, it's divided between two committees. I'm the LIBE committee, so I'm doing more data protection, and there is also co-rapporteur Aura Salla from ITRE committee, which is industry part. And with MEP Aura Salla, we have had several discussions, several meetings, and we produced our joint report, which is in the translation at the moment in the European Parliament, which will be soon made public. And I have to say that there were not many points where we could agree. And maybe the basic one, the change of the definition of personal data. If somebody says that changing definition brings more clarity and brings more understanding, think twice. Reference to one court case, which itself has said that it's a very specific court case for a specific case, does not bring clarity. It creates confusion, it creates lots of question marks, it creates the question, how now? How should we understand data protection, personal data, after the Commission's proposal? So I will be fighting until the end to delete the Commission's proposal to change personal data definition. I don't know whether I will be successful or not, because in the end, it's the 705 members of the parliament. We will be voting parliament's position, but I'll do my best to convince my the other members of the European Parliament. Do we need better understanding of personal data? Do we need better understanding of pseudonymization, anonymization? Yes, agree. But we should not change laws every time we have a question mark. We have DPAs who are working. We have EDPS who are issuing their guidelines, and we have to finally start implementing those. I'm sorry that Germany has 18 DPAs. I'm sorry about that. But we can't change the laws every time one of the German DPAs has a problem. So I'm looking at the national DPAs to start doing their work, to start following the implementation, to start following application of the existing rules, and then we can overcome fragmentation. It's a question of political will. Draghi and Letta did not say that we are lagging behind because we are protecting fundamental rights. They said that we are lagging behind because we do not have belief and we do not act as a single market. And coming from Estonia, trust me, I see the protectionism in almost every move. Either it's defense, either it's whatever. It's protectionism, protectionism, protectionism from the member states. And if we do not change that thinking, we can adopt hundreds of new omnibuses, but it will not change anything. Now the omnibuses that have been already adopted or are being discussed at the moment, I'm not very optimistic about them. I had the possibility to participate in one of the final trialogues on mid-cap, SMEs. And what Commission said in the last sentence was that we had good negotiations. Now we have 3 different definitions of SMEs. So if that's one of the side effects of the omnibus process, then we're doing something really wrong. And we as co-legislators, we can produce hundreds of documents. But if there is no political will, and if we do not change our thinking as one single market, nothing will change. And I very much agree with what Minister said on EIDAS, digital documents. Again, coming from Estonia, where I have had the privilege of having digital lifestyle for 30 years, trust me, it's worth. And it's time to have pan-European, EU-level accepted digital IDs for all our citizens, for all our residents. Otherwise, we can't have digital single market. We can't have digital services if we do not have that part. On digital wallet, again agree, it's a very good step forward. But how do we do them? If we want to include into the text that all member states have to write from zero their new technological solutions, that's not right. We have already. We have had already for tens of years, and we do not need anything new. So we have to adapt. We have to take into account there are some member states who are far ahead, there are some member states who need pushing, and we have to do it so that the ones who are far ahead do not suffer. If we start doing everything from zero to everybody, and I'll stop here, yeah? It's already too long. I'll stop here, but the topic is really very close to my heart, and I can talk endlessly about that. But maybe one thing, when I'm looking at the digital omnibus, 2 parts. First of all, I think that the single entry point for incident reporting, good solution. The templates, good solution. Do not agree about that. Do not argue about that. But then we come to the Articles 88A, 88B, 88C, yeah? Cookie fatigue. On one hand, we have citizens who are tired of cookies. But whenever I try to talk to industry and business, how should we do it? We end with, but we are the exception. let's write something which is good for citizens, but give us exception. Whether I talk to media, whether I talk to anybody else, everybody wants to be an exception. But as long as we have the attitude that I want to be the exception, we will not be successful in finding a good solution for cookie consent, which is also good for our citizens. And my final sentence. The heading, they do not contradict. I would argue that we can protect data, we can protect fundamental rights, and we can be competitive. But it's very much the question of political will.
Thank you so much, dear Marina, and indeed. As you can hear, the job we have here in Brussels is really not the easiest one, to try to strike the balance between all the different institutions, different interests, and sometimes, like within the same institution, different approaches from the different political parties. But we definitely can agree on some of the things, and I think this is where is the starting point. And I really liked what you said about the single entry point or harmonized definitions, reporting, etc., when it comes to cybersecurity laws, for example. So this is something that is definitely that we can take it forward. I want to ask Mikael whether you can be a little bit more optimistic, whether you can say that, yes, digital omnibus will change something for the good for us, because, there are things that we are looking forward to see in the changed regime, or that there are things that are working very well and we want to keep them. What is your take from Ericsson's side on digital omnibus?
I think we are typically the taker of this all regulations, basically. So we have been in a very regulated industry for a long time with spectrum and all kind of regulations. So we are kind of used to this play quite a bit. But of course, it's a burden for us and for many. But I think we see this as a positive sign. I think in many areas we see a very, very strong political will to change. So I think we welcome that. We also welcome the delay of the high-risk AI implementation that we think was a bit premature, and we need some kind of standardization to base it on so it becomes easy to follow. I think one of the things we see is clearly that, unfortunately, when you are a business, then any kind of uncertainty is as bad as a bad regulation, basically, because it really hinders investments and innovation. So I think clarity is something that has improved, not the least when it comes to personal data and so on, but I think it's still more to be done. I think one specific thing that happens when you start to do deregulation of something that is very regulated is that, of course, when we change, we also have existing, we are very much under these radio equipment directives and so on, and some new things goes into some of the same areas. So we would have preferred maybe also some of these regulations to be removed in one of the places. So there are certain things where you have to in some way relate to existing legislation that many of us have. I think it's the same in AI as well. So I think we're also a company that is, we have been living from scale. I think all of digital is scale. I had the privilege to meet with Enrico Letta during his construction of the report, and I think for us, nothing is more clear than that this scale from the single market is key for everything here, because not even US and China are always big enough to build these systems with all the parts of the stack, and we for sure cannot do it in 27 places. So for me, that's really key. And I think we are seeing signs in that direction, but still, when it comes to national security, it sounds like national, so we are also used to having a lot of things that have been and will continue, I think, to be in the member states. And we have to find a way to handle that. But I think in general, we are positive to what's happening. There could be more. I think one thing we see that haven't been discussed here is, of course, implementation, clearer rules for the member states to implement. We have seen different implementations. Sweden is typically on one extreme, maybe, and some others on the other extreme.
That's what Marina also mentioned.
I think that is, of course, also back to there are differences between member states. That's for sure. In Sweden, we love the tax authorities and give all our data to the government without hesitating. That is not the same everywhere, and that has impact on this digital identity and things. So. But I think we see that one thing that would be good is, of course, to take GDPR and handling of personal data to more differentiate actions between high risk and low risk. Today it's very much the same. In some areas where it has to do with data used in equipment to tilt antennas in our business and whatever, we clearly see that there is no high risk in that, and then we should remove as many burdens as we can while we protect the areas that has to be protected. So proportionality to the risk. Mm-hmm. Then I think we also see that there is further work that can be done on this personal data and possibilities to anonymize, to use that for training and so on. We have a number of areas where we will need data, and in some ways, today we are fairly restrictive on the way we could use even anonymous or data where you cannot trace back where it comes from in order to support companies, to support innovation and so on. And maybe last but not least, something we have not said, we cannot regulate for what we have today. Technology is moving so quickly now that it's very easy that we end up having to deregulate something else tomorrow. So I think one clear thing we see is handling of personal data when it comes to use of smart glasses, physical AI, when it comes to what we will do in our equipment, like drone detection or sensing and so on, where you will have abilities to do things that impacts a number of people in the same way. And it's completely impossible to see that you would ask for consent in advance for certain of these things. And that is not super many years away. That's a couple of years away. So I think one thing we would like to add also is this future-proof regulation, that we actually try to work with industries, universities, experts to also see what comes in next step, because when it has happened, then I think it's going to be late for us. And maybe last but not least, one thing I think that we see working well in the US is that they have a very traditional way of utilizing industries, experts, and so on. We have a lot of very strong companies, not only us, but overall in Europe, to learn to trust that expertise and use it, because we will always, as a collective, have more competence than the political landscape, and use that. I think that would be key. And to end on a positive note, I think one key thing we could do in Europe, instead of rebuilding where we are behind US or China, I think we have a unique strength if you take the combination of world leadership in what we do, what Nokia do in digital connectivity, and the super strong industry we have that will really use that connectivity. So I think we have things that we can combine to make something that is actually better than what we have in China or US today. Yeah, maybe I'll end there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mikael. And we see here blinking lights that our time is really running out. So sorry for that, because I think we are having a very interesting discussion. And I just want to pick on your last point on the industry expertise and on having the means actually and the expertise to actually help the decision makers to take the right decisions, because the regulation is supposed to serve also the industry and the society as a whole. So I think the expertise is here, and also a little bit to dear Marina's comment that what will Council do with the additional time. I hope that they take the expertise from the industry, and they talk to us, and they take the good advice from us, because we, as I mentioned, we have a big coalition led by Digital Europe, where all the industry actually agree on the three main things, which is let's make the data voluntary, data sharing voluntary by default. Let's harmonize the cybersecurity reporting, and actually let's find the legal way and legal clarity on AI training and innovation and GDPR. So we have that expertise in the industry, and we are very happy to share that. I'm very sorry that we are really out of time, but may I kindly ask our guests to finish my sentence just with few words. And if we can be positive, that would be amazing. Digital Omnibus is a chance to... Dariusz, can we start with you?
Is a chance to start the simplification process. The start, not the end, but it will be only the beginning.
Thank you very much. Marina?
The same sentence?
The same sentence. What is one thing?
I would say that if we do it smartly, Digital Omnibus can raise the competitiveness of EU without hindering fundamental rights of our citizens.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that. Mikael?
I think it can be a fundamental part of this building industrial competitiveness, building our strength when it comes to defense. We need this.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks all.
Thank you.
If I may, with that, actually welcome back Cecilia for our keynote discussion with our Turkey representatives. Thank you so much.
So, continuing with another great panel. Thank you. So the omnibus is a chance to cut the cost and make things more simple, right? Let's hope that we actually succeed in that. So turning to another discussion that actually was a part of the day, sovereignty is not about closing the doors, it's about expanding our ability to collaborate with like-minded partners or even European partners. So the next one is on EU-Turkey collaboration, and I want to welcome on stage Deputy Minister for Industry and Technology of Turkey, Minister Gönül, please, welcome on stage. And of course, the chair of DEG, Digital Technology Business Council in Turkey. Please, thank you for coming and welcome on stage. So, we always talk about how we can be stronger together. And I was just checking a few numbers. I think in 25, it was our trade, our common trade was around just under 300 billion. And we are by far the biggest trading partners of Turkey. And many of our supply chains are largely intertwined, I would say. Mm-hmm. I still remember the first time I visited Turkey, and we should say that we have, I think now, 3 or 4 members from Turkey. So an extremely well-represented industry, both in terms of companies and in terms of organizations. And you just joined also Digital Europe shortly. So one of my surprises was, not knowing Turkey very well, it is 15, 20 years ago, time flies, that there was an extremely well-educated workforce. You know, we have heard about the problems, and then you go there and you see the amount of students coming out with STEM skills, extremely efficient industry, production industry, automized companies, well-efficient production sites, etc., etc. So I think we can say that one of the things, the major milestones that I hope that we also help was that the Digital Europe program, some of the programs opened up also for Turkey as a very close collaboration partner. And this is also a kind of a sign of trust and a close mover towards moving closer together, because these are some of the sensitive areas like AI and cybersecurity, etc. So with this panel, it's really about how can we leverage I would say, European, very close partner, not a part of the EU yet, and what are the things that we basically can improve to leverage our common competitiveness. And who better to basically ask to contribute to this, but the two of you. So the first question to both of you, starting with you, Minister. Europe is rethinking how we are doing competitiveness, building more resilient supply chains. We are already highly intertwined. Our industry and production trade is like, I think, around 240 billion. So what is the missed opportunity? Where are the gaps that we are still, where we should grab the opportunity, going forward? Please.
Thank you, Cecilia. First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here at the Summer Summit, a platform that has become one of Europe's most important meeting points for policymakers, industry and technology leaders. Many of you know Turkey well and have closely followed its economic and industrial transformation over the past decades. For the last 2 decades, we have pursued a comprehensive industrial and technology agenda aimed at increasing Turkey's production capacity, strengthening its innovation ecosystem, and moving our economy further up the global value chain. In the broad corridor extending from China to Central Europe, Turkey stands out with the diversity of its industrial production and the global reach of its exports. This strength is increasingly supported by a robust R&D and innovation ecosystem. Today, more than 1,700 R&D and design centers are developing solutions that strengthen our industrial competitiveness. In 114 technoparks, nearly 13,000 firms are working on future technologies. Nearly 800 international companies conduct R&D activities in Turkey. This strong production and innovation base has opened the way for significant achievements in developing and producing advanced technologies. With this perspective, first of all, I believe the biggest opportunity is also the most obvious one. Europe and Turkey already have the foundations of a strong partnership. We have deeply integrated value chains, a dynamic industrial base, highly skilled engineers, growing digital capabilities, and a shared interest in strengthening resilience and competitiveness. From Turkey's perspective, one of the biggest missed opportunities today is that while we increasingly speak about strategic autonomy, technological sovereignty, and trusted partnership, cooperation in some of the most strategic technology areas remains more limited than the potential of our partnership would justify. Turkey is an associated country to both Horizon Europe and the Digital Europe programs. We contribute financially, we participate actively, and we share the common objective of strengthening Europe's technological capacity. Yet, in several critical fields, particularly advanced AI, high-performance computing, quantum technologies, and certain strategic digital infrastructures, access remains restricted through eligibility limitations and security-related exclusions. We understand the rationale behind the EU's security considerations aiming to protect critical technologies from our adversaries. But long-term competitiveness requires building trust, ensuring predictability, and creating pathways for trusted partners to contribute. If Europe wants to compete globally in AI, semiconductors, and quantum technologies, it needs to mobilize the capabilities of its closest partners, not only those within its borders. The real competition is no longer simply between economies. It's between innovation ecosystems capable of transforming ideas into industrial strength at speed. Europe already has the world-class research. Its next competitive advantage will depend on how effectively it connects that research with trusted industrial partners capable of transforming innovation into production and global market success. Therefore, I believe the biggest missed opportunity is not simply limited access to specific programs, it is the risk of underutilizing the innovation capacity, industrial strengths, and technological talent that Turkey can bring to Europe's digital future. Turkey is already part of Europe's industrial reality. Our policies should now catch up with this economic reality. The more we innovate together, the more competitive, resilient, and secure Europe will become. This is the partnership we should continue to build.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So really like opening up all the innovation programs and having a closer collaboration in some of the consortiums where you actually also have capabilities to bring to the table so we can develop it together, I hear. So what would be some of the opportunities that you, from an industry perspective, are looking at? Can you be a little bit concrete? I mean, you have really good manufacturing skills, defense skills. So what would be the missed opportunities that you see as like the low-hanging fruit to pick?
Yeah, thanks, Cecilia. We are very happy to be here, first of all, with the valuable audience. And actually, I will start with a simple point, maybe after Mr. Minister. And Turkey is also one of the Europe's closest industrial partners also. And for example, last year, only our trade in goods, $260 billion. And it means Turkey nowadays the 5th largest trade partners of EU also. But only maybe still we are talking each other about the manufacturing and about food and about the tourism, etc. But for example, Cecilia, in when your presentation, we saw that you said that Europe has an innovation, but we need the more scale. And actually, I will be open very frankly. I spent most of my time in Europe also during my before experience from the business experience. And nowadays, for example, last 10 years, what is the new invention from Europe? And only last 10 years, please check your mind, for example, we are talking about the global brand and the global scales invention, United States and China. And you have the invention and ideas, many ideas. For example, during the COVID, we saw that, for example, many invention, we saw that from Europe. But last 10 years, as I said, that the invention about the LLM, about the data centers, about the hyperscale, cybersecurity, defense sector, two countries that dominated, as you know, that the United States and China, and to move to global scale. My opinion, I will be very frankly, and win-win strategy is very important. From my country, and Turkey is the experience, very speed country, and young talent population. Always we are saying we have young population, you are listening. Also, the last 30 years, still we are discussing about the visa issue, etc., etc. But we need to talk new things, like you said that in your presentation. If we want to work together, and we can help to Europe for future, about the defense sector also we are talking, but about our talent engineers and our research areas, also our faster innovators ecosystem nowadays we have. And also, we know that many of you are coming to my country for business, for holiday, etc. It's very close. And please note that from the Ankara, if you want to use, for example, the travel from the Ankara, in 4 hours, you can reach 2.5 billion people. For example, my opinion, Europe needs to go to Turkish countries. You can go from Turkey, because we have a good relationship also and with the Turkish countries. Also, and Middle East, and etc. And my opinion, we have a new opportunities together, but only we are still talking about manufacturing and the defense, etc. partnership. We need to talk more innovation partnership. And we are very happy member of Digital Europe because of that. And maybe next phase, we can talk about each other. We can create the joint team. And for example, we are joining many Horizon projects, most of maybe last 20 years. But who knows that? What is the result? What is the successful project? What is the successful results? We got many funds from the Europe. Also, we also created many inventions from Turkey. But you are using or not, I am not sure. But my opinion, Europe still underestimated how Turkey's technology change and the ecosystem change.
Yeah.
If Europe knows that Turkey's invention, and also if we knows that Europe's capability, ideas capability, invention capability, and strong industrial capacity, we can create new chapter. Only I can say one thing. Nowadays, we can think about it. Europe ideas, and United States is scale, and China industrialize. But we need to say more things for next 10 years. And in my opinion, we can create something together, new chapter, Turkey and EU.
So I just got the idea. So we basically have digital dialogues with Japan and India and who knows, soon with the US, hopefully. So maybe a digital dialogue on concrete common challenges. So maybe just one quick question to the two of you. So Minister, I know that, so one of the things that you're really good at, right? You're very good at advanced manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that is across all sectors, whether it's defense or whether it's in car manufacturing. You are a little bit like a super efficient digital factory of Europe, you can say. So how do you think that could play at the strength of Turkey-EU collaboration?
Thank you again for the question. Europe's competitiveness is entering a new phase. Today, success is no longer determined only by the ability to invent new technologies. It increasingly depends on how quickly we can deploy them across industry, scale innovation, and build resilient value chains with trusted partners. The distinction between industrial policy, digital policy, and defense policy is rapidly disappearing. Tomorrow's leaders will be those who can connect research excellence, industrial capability, and technological innovation into one integrated ecosystem. In this context, I believe Turkey and Europe should move beyond traditional cooperation towards joint development. Turkey already plays an important role in European industrial value chains through its advanced manufacturing capabilities, dynamic technology ecosystem, and highly skilled engineering talent. Europe, in turn, is investing in industrial resilience, technological leadership, and digital sovereignty. These strengths are complementary, and together they can create far greater value than either side could achieve alone. The next step is to innovate together. Digital technologies are the key enablers of this transformation. Artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, cybersecurity, and cloud technologies are no longer simply digital technologies. They are becoming the operating system of modern industry. Just a few weeks ago, Turkey announced its Artificial Intelligence Action Plan, which sets out our national vision to accelerate AI adaptation, strengthen AI infrastructure, promote trustworthy AI governance, and position Turkey as a regional hub for AI investment and innovation. We believe artificial intelligence should not only improve productivity, it should also protect human dignity, promote trust, safeguard privacy, and create shared prosperity. This vision is closely aligned with Europe's ambition to build trustworthy and human-centric AI. At the same time, we share Europe's growing understanding that competitiveness will not depend only on developing advanced AI models. It will depend on applying AI across manufacturing, healthcare, education, agriculture, finance, and public services. This is exactly the philosophy behind Turkey's AI ecosystem program, where companies with real industrial challenges work together with technology providers, universities, and research institutes to develop deployable AI solutions. Innovation creates the greatest impact when it starts from real industrial needs. The same approach applies to industrial competitiveness. Together with the European Union, we are implementing a major program to accelerate the digital transformation of Turkey's manufacturing industry. Through competence centers, model factories, and digital maturity programs, we are helping enterprises adopt advanced technologies and become stronger partners within European industrial value chains. Industrial resilience is no longer only about where products are manufactured, it's about how digitally capable, innovative, and connected our industries become. Another area where closer cooperation will benefit both sides is digital infrastructure. Turkey is actively contributing to Europe's high-performance computing ecosystem through EuroHPC. Our researchers, startups, and SMEs already benefit from shared European supercomputing infrastructure, while our participation in the Barcelona AI Factory ecosystem demonstrates how cross-border digital infrastructure can accelerate innovation for all partners. Cybersecurity, resilience, and trustworthy digital ecosystems are no longer complementary to digital transformation, they are its foundation. This is why we see alignment with the European Union's AI Act and Cyber Resilience Act, not merely as a regulatory convergence, but as an opportunity to strengthen interoperability, trusted digital markets, and common standards for emerging technologies. The same principles applies to security and defense. Many of today's critical technologies, including AI, cybersecurity, autonomous systems, and advanced electronics, are dual-use technologies, Turkey has developed internationally recognized capabilities in many of these areas. As these technologies increasingly serve both civilian and defense purposes, Europe should ensure that trusted partners can contribute across the entire innovation cycle, from research and testing to industrial deployment and large-scale production. This is particularly important for dual-use technologies, where speed, industrial capacity, and trusted cooperation will increasingly determine global competitiveness. A more inclusive approach to industrial and technological cooperation among trusted partners would strengthen Europe's competitiveness, resilience, and long-term security. Finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of Digital Europe program. Turkey's participation is about much more than access to funding. It's about becoming part of a common European innovation ecosystem where knowledge, talent, infrastructure, and technologies are developed together, because ultimately Europe's future competitiveness will depend not only what it builds, but also on whom it builds with. Turkey stands ready to contribute as a trusted industrial, digital, and innovation partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So basically what you're saying is, if we play at each other's strength, we will, there's a huge market on both sides, right? We are, what did you say, the 5th biggest trading partner?
Yes, $260 billion.
Yeah, so quite a lot. Listen, we are running out of time, and people need a coffee and drink and whatever. I already stole half of their break. So maybe turning to you for like a last advice. I think we got really wise advice here. In if we actually expand the market, it's on both sides, right? And it's both as an innovation partner, but also as a scalability partner. We actually expand common market interest, and also in defense, where I'm going to Ankara, so for the summit, and we do share a common security challenge and alliance. So maybe one final advice. What was the one thing that you would like to achieve in the EU-Turkey as industry? What's the one thing that you would like to see happen in the next 12 months?
And actually, before we come here, actually we talk about each other from our business sectors. Actually, the problem is not lack of interest, Cecilia. And we think about, actually we know each other very well. We believe that. And maybe the next phase, we can create the digital corridor together. And maybe one sector we can, but we need to work real. Reality is very important. Dream is okay, ideas is okay, but reality is very important. Maybe we can select one sector and we can create pilot project. And we can create the new innovation partnership model. And maybe we can produce one things together, and we can import or we can export together. And after to see the results, we can say some reality numbers. And my opinion, maybe I can give some tips from my country between us. And nowadays we have strong capabilities defense sector, and we have huge
and we
know-how.
will need the production, speed of production very soon, unfortunately, or we already need it now. So we might learn something from each other.
And also we have good many PhD students and about AI and the cybersecurity area. And maybe we can create more something together, and we can create a new one pilot project. And for example, manufacturing in AI or defense sector with cybersecurity and AI. And then we can check the results. Yeah. And this is my advice. So let's see,
when we meet here next year, if we have opened the digital EU-Turkey dialogues, and if we actually can mention 2 innovation projects that are leading to concrete market opportunities.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much for coming here today. Give them a hand. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you so much. And with that, I got this card. And I have never seen this succeed before. But it says, you have a break and it's 5 minutes. But I think I was the one who I spoke too long in the start, and you were a little bit late. So if we share the pain, please be back in 6 minutes. Okay? See you in 6 minutes. Thank you.
Ui.
Test. Test.
Nice to see you.
Hello. Alex?
Hello, nice to meet you.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask everyone to please take their seats? We're going to begin. We're running a little bit behind. Thank you. All right. Please grab a seat. So I'm just going to kick this off. I'm going to stand while I do this, and then I'm going to start the panel. So 1 month ago, right, the European Commission has launched CADA. It's aimed at reducing Europe's dependence on technology from third country providers. Public procurement is one tool to help ensure European technologies are adopted, trusted, and able to scale. The proposal sets out 4 levels of requirements for companies selling to public services in the EU. As the regulation moves through co-decision process, a number of important questions need to be addressed. How far can we go in applying sovereignty requirements without disrupting international trade? What will this mean for fast-growing European scale-ups and unicorns? And can we take the politics out and implement it in a clear, measurable way? Also, what role does open source play? And where do the member states stand? Very fortunately, we have an excellent panel to address all of these questions. Over the next 45 minutes, we're going to try to cover all of them. My name's Ray Pinto. I'm a senior director here at Digital Europe. I'm a French citizen, so of course I want to see these technologies to be used, and I want to see leadership here in Europe. I also want the French team to win the World Cup. But I'm also Canadian, and I hope that business will not be disrupted internationally. So without further ado, I'd like to begin with you, James. James, tell me, what is the role of open source technologies in the area of reducing dependency? And is it increasing trust? Please, over to you.
You have me worried with reference to football. I thought Crumb's going to ask me something about football, of which I know nothing. But there is a football analogy. I'm actually standing in for Hans Roth, who unfortunately can't make it. He's got the summer flu, as I understand, which is going around. So he didn't want to share his germs with you, but he said, go off and share your ideas with everyone. So I am here in his stead. So I think the reality is that, as we like to say, open source is a sovereign source. And how is that achievable? It's achievable through a combination of things. You have to have that open source licensing. You have to have that open standards, you get that interoperability. And then you also have to get the governance right in terms of being able to share and use this technology across Europe and also collaborating beyond the borders. When you get that right, you get this operational control. And I think that's something which I think it will come up again and again in context of this panel, but also in the context of CADA and the assurance levels and how to determine where the hygiene is, the highest hygiene to get that ability to switch and port and interoperate and so on. So in short, I'd say if you get it right, you drive down the dependencies. And the dependencies could be to do with lock-in, it could be to do with security vulnerabilities. And then you also boost the trust because, of course, you get that transparency which comes with open source, and also this auditability with regards to how open source functions are up in the open. And maybe I just wanted to close by saying, on the panel here we have lots of examples of how in the public sector this happened in practice. So Thibaut from the European Commission. The first open source strategy was back in 2003, and already the year afterwards, the EU pivoted and moved towards an open source solution in the IT infrastructure, and have built on that ever since. So that was the kind of catalyst. That document helped and gave kind of air cover to make that decision. And then with the German federal government, it has a very impressive open source approach. And finally, as you say in Red Hat, customers first, partners always. This isn't possible without having a partner ecosystem. So again, the role of the Sopras of this world, Sopra Sterias, is absolutely fantastically important for an open source company like Red Hat.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, James. And I didn't introduce him, but I thought the red hat would give it away. I'd like to move over to you, Michelle, if I may. And I want to ask you, and I should just introduce you, if I may. Michelle is leading globally public sector for Sopra Steria, and you are part of a very important, very successful consulting and IT services integration company that is pretty much 100% or 99% just working here in the EU with EU clients and EU business. So I'd like to ask you, how important is it to access the computing capacity of Europe's AI ambitions, and can sovereign requirements help close this gap?
Yes, first of all, I did not know you were French. We can speak
Ah oui,
about
ah oui.
No.
Je peux même parler français.
No, sorry. No, I think the starting point, we all know it. Today, I think we have 90% of European data sitting outside of the EU. It's not from me, from the Draghi report. At the same time, I think if we look at the recent survey, 78 of decision makers of France, that's a study of Numeum, are saying that they want their data located in Europe. The same number in Germany, according to a study from Bitkom, are saying that there are too much dependency to non-European, let's say, solutions. So it sets the scene, and clearly the question on whether Europe should accelerate is not a question. We all know that this is what we need to do. And if we look at the subject, two key elements. On the supply side, definitely we need to accelerate on the computing power. The ambition to the mic, yeah, it's working again. To triple the capacity going forward is a must. For this, permitting and acceleration of permitting procedure is a key enabler. We were discussing before in a meeting earlier that sometimes it takes up to 5 to 7 years to get the possibility to build. So I have an issue with the mic.
We're not sabotaging
to build data centers. So definitely, I think Mr. Kleiner will probably come back to that, accelerating on that. And on the demand side, there were a lot of anxiety, I think, in the industry in the past months to know what would be the next step. And naturally, we were all looking at DG Connect, for the CADA. And I have to say that it was kind of a blast because the ambition of the tech sovereignty directive, we see this positively as it actually clarifies, for instance, for CADA, the level of insurances per level. So this will enable definitely the decision makers all across Europe to make the choice they see fit, and all categories of solutions, non-European and European solutions, and they will be able to choose. So that's, I think that's the second part related to demand where we see a positive move going forward.
Excellent, Michel, thank you very much. And I'd like to move to another great French company, of French origin, I should say. In 2019, Doctolib became a unicorn company. Congratulations. And I'm sure you want more growth and expand more across the single market. Maybe you can tell me, will these sovereignty requirements have been outlined, will it help with that growth?
Sure. So one of the ways that we look at this is for us, because Doctolib, and maybe not everybody knows who we are, the missions of the company are to help make people healthier and to help improve the daily lives of healthcare practitioners, right? So everything that we do, we want to be able to put into changing healthcare and innovation. And this is an industry where innovation historically has been very hard. And of course, because we serve now over 90 million patients, over 520,000 healthcare practitioners, for us, trust is paramount, right? So we need to make sure that we always maintain the trust of our users with how we treat their data, where we host it, how we secure it, how we have different privacy controls over it. That's non-negotiable, because if we lose trust when with healthcare data, that's it for us. Like all of our growth is going to stop. However, what we also want to do is make sure that we do become not just a European leader, but a global leader. And for that, we see ourselves competing with companies such as OpenAI, because when they bring out ChatGPT, and they publish this data themselves, about a quarter of their users put healthcare-related questions into ChatGPT. And when that happens, it means that not only is that data going openly to the US, but it's also giving them the ability to train their models on that data, right? So for us, the goal is to be able to innovate and to compete with those types of companies. And so when the question kind of becomes of kind of sovereignty, the whole stack needs to be sovereign. And if you put restrictions that are unnecessary at a certain level prematurely on the types of solutions that can be used, you're having companies like Doctolib, instead of investing in changing healthcare, having to invest in, hey, we need to build solutions that are already kind of widely available for other companies that are out there, right? So for us, kind of what's really important is to make sure that yes, kind of sovereignty is absolutely core, because we build trust kind of with our users, both on the patient and on the healthcare practitioner side. But it can't be something that is an impediment to innovation. It can't be something that then prevents us from using kind of the best technologies to actually kind of change healthcare. Because if that's the case, then we're going to be having the next conversation about, hey, kind of why is healthcare is not sovereign in Europe? Because you have other competitors, other companies kind of from elsewhere have come in, and the data is not controlled, kind of flowing elsewhere. So I think it's kind of very important to make sure that we have kind of the right support kind of with these regulations to have access to all the best kind of technologies possible.
And so in the area that you're focusing on, if it falls, and I know it's up to the member states to decide, and we'll get to the member states, but if it moves to level 2 and level 3, what are the costs associated?
Yeah, so for example, if like you're going kind of beyond level 3, it means in many cases like we would have to change kind of some of our kind of providers because the providers aren't available, and it means that we're rebuilding kind of many of the solutions. We're having to work on how we operate like in different data centers without access to some of the most advanced kind of technology, and that's taking away efforts kind of from having to work on new products, new innovation, expanding into new markets. Even at level 2, and I think kind of the big risk there is if there is not consistency, because if you have different countries coming up kind of with different rules about like where it can go, it will be one country basically determining for a company like Doctolib, because kind of we operate in France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, kind of Belgium, Ireland. We have different sets of products there. It will be pushing us, because we have a single platform that we invest in and we get scale, to operate at the highest level. And even kind of with level 2 sometimes, what you see kind of with the solutions that are being designed by kind of the hyperscalers to be able to provide some of those technologies, they're actually considerably more expensive, and they're quoting 15, 20% extra in terms of what it would cost to operate on those solutions kind of for us. So it's, again, investment that goes not into improving our products and building like a sovereign European health champion, but into having to just to operate the business to get to the same level of kind of technology that we already have today.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Alex. I want to just move, before I go to you, Thibaut, I want to move to our member state. And Britta, thank you very much for being here. I see you have 2 decades of experience in government. You have been the personal advisor to Minister of Defense Ursula von der Leyen. And as of 2025 September, you took over as the Director General for Digitalization and State Modernization, Home Affairs, and Legal Policy at the Federal Chancellery. So my first question for you, and it's very important to hear from the member states, and I'll say Germany, but I think we'd like to hear from the member states. What are Germany's primary initiatives for public sector IT modernization?
Actually, I think when we're talking about state modernization and state modernization deregulation, we're talking about avoiding massive costs for companies in Germany and in Europe. And we as Germany, we started a massive modernization agenda for the federal level, but for the level with the Länder. We were already talking about the data officers of the Länder this morning, I remember. So we have a very ambitious agenda. And we want to cut down bureaucracy. We want to deregulate in Germany, and we already do. You know that when the governments meet and they decide about the legislation, they have the cabinets, and they decide on new legislation. And we created something that we call the deregulation cabinet. And the aim of these meetings is not to create new legislation, but to cut down old legislation. And that's what we do regularly. And I have to tell you, as I'm responsible for the process in the Chancellery, it's really tough job because nobody wants to abolish laws and legislation. And the Minister of the Cabinet, she said that, you know, it's so difficult, Britta, because there are some people in my ministries, they are only responsible for one paragraph. And when I ask them, can I abolish this paragraph? It's a no. So it's not surprised. It doesn't come as a surprise. So this is really a tough job. And we have to create this kind of spirit in our governments. And this goes not only for Germany, it goes for other member states as well. We have to be really radical on this issue because Europe is so powerful. We have such a great ecosystem in our countries, and we have to set them free. We have to create the freedom for them that they can act and that they can grow and that they have a level playing field with the other scale-ups and startups and businesses from the other states around the world. Because if we are not able to have this kind of transformation, which has to be really radical, then we won't be able to survive as economies and as states at the end of the day, because that's our responsibility as a state to take care of the citizens and to make sure that we can grow, that the economy can grow, and that we are able to act in 10 years from now. Because you said I'm responsible for state modernization and state digitalization, but I'm responsible for the security issue as well. And I was kind of surprised that we didn't talk about Anthropic mythos tomorrow, this day in the meeting, because this didn't come as a shock, but it was a moment, I think. And having a look at these kind of models and the innovation circles we are facing with these models, we have to really speed up and we have to strengthen our ecosystem so that we are able to react in the time and with the speed that is necessary. Because if we're not, I think then we're lost. So this is a really crucial point in time for Europe as a whole. We have to strengthen our partnerships. I think this can't be about isolation, but we have to get stronger, and we have to get stronger very fast.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. I really like this idea of the deregulation cabinet. Mark that down. Let me ask you a second question. Can you provide examples of digital sovereignty requirements that would work well for IT in the public sector?
Yeah, I think you have to think about your procurement regulations, and you have to make sure that for some very risk-affiliated areas, you have to make sure that you have these kind of provisions in your procurement regulation, that you have to make sure that you're aware of the risks, and then you have to adjust the levels you have to take care of. So I think it can't be one size fits all. It has to be adjusted to the risk you have in the area you are talking about. But then you have to be able to create your own capabilities. And when we were already talking about open source, for example, I mean, if you look at the German government, we are like 80% dependent on companies outside of Europe. This is like today. And I think we can never be independent. That's not like realistic, but we have to work on the level of dependency, and we have to get less dependent, especially when it comes to the core functions of the state. So we have to create our own systems, at least as a plan B. And we are already creating open source tools for the German government. We have the Open Desk tool in Germany, which we provided to the International Court of Justice when he needed it. And I think this is exactly the way and the road we have to take. It's not about isolation, but it's about work on your capabilities and get stronger.
Okay. I'm now going to talk to Thibaut, but in the second round, I'll be asking you some of the main challenges that you foresee. Thibaut, you've been patiently waiting here, and thank you very much. I think the first question, just ask you to respond to what you've heard. I think we can hear great opportunity. We can hear about partnership ecosystems, the ability for more flexibility for people that are now going to be looking at these sovereignty requirements. But then again, there is, aspiring great superstars that could be European champions that may find this very expensive, very limiting, and may prevent them from growing or investing in other areas that are of important concern, and who also look for a level playing field, which you also addressed as well. So please.
First of all, thanks for inviting me. I think it's a great moment overall in the EU. I think that the momentum is there on the sovereignty agenda. I have rarely seen such an enthusiasm across the digital sector towards building not only capabilities, but actually leadership back in Europe. And I think it's somehow paradoxical because overall, I'm not sure that we are at the right level. But by and large, the reception of the tech sovereignty package of the Cloud and AI Development Act has been more positive than we anticipated, I should say. But in a way, it's probably because we worked hard on it, we delayed it several times, and I think we had an ample consultation with all of you and also with Digital Europe in particular. But I think what I heard is very much fitting with a little bit the key elements we already are discussing. And indeed, I like very much, especially what Britta was saying, you have to see this as part of a bigger agenda. The first one is indeed the opportunity to adopt digital technologies. And I should maybe not mention it, but since we have also Mr. Letta in the room, I think that the Letta report, the Draghi report have been instrumental in changing really the perception on European industrial capabilities and competitiveness. And I think that the first thing we want to achieve with this package is actually what we call the battle of adoption. Because not adopting digital technologies is what is causing our gap in competitiveness. We need to realize that it is the main obstacle today towards Europe transforming itself, towards Europe being more agile and competitive. And the problem is very much at the level of SMEs and at the level of the public sector. A few days ago we published our report, the annual report on the state of the digital decade. Only 50% of European companies use the cloud. So what it means is two things. First, it's a huge business opportunity because 50% of the market is to grab. And that's also what I'm saying to whoever is saying we shouldn't have this sovereignty framework. Frankly, the expectation is that 70% will be level 1. So it's a huge opportunity for the whole world to come and conquer these markets and to make good business in Europe and to transform our economy towards being more modern, more digital, more savvy, and more innovative. So that's very much the first and the big agenda, and I think the public sector is at heart here. And frankly, you have a big responsibility, I think, because Germany is the biggest economy, and today is not ranking as high as it should in many of the digital parameters. So really, all our trust in your activities is very important, and we have full support also in helping in that process. But the second message I hear, and I think it's also very important, is that we need to develop the investment. And to me, that's the second element. Just like we have a big market opportunity in terms of demand, in terms of uptake, we have a huge need for investment. We calculate that we need to triple the amount of data centers capacity in Europe. This is a 200 billion story. Actually, we have a lot of savings in Europe, so it's just about mobilizing our own, savings better, maybe. And here, the Capital Market Union will be extremely important, and I hope that we get there. We have also other initiatives, but really, investment in digital capacities, in also the electricity networks that will power these data centers, is essential if we want to make it. And the final thing, I like very much also to repeat that this is not about isolation, it's not about protectionism. I think this is really a red herring and a distraction for what is at stake. We are very clearly saying that sovereignty is about our own capabilities. We want to work with everyone. We want to attract the best talents. We want to attract investment. The only thing is that we want to make it here, because otherwise, what is happening today is a situation of what some describe as AI inflation, which is that the value added in the economy is more and more about AI and cloud. And AI and cloud every year is becoming more and more expensive. What it means is that businesses are losing value in Europe if they don't control this essential digital building block. So at the end of the day, it's not about protectionism, it's about attraction, it's about investment, it's about making good business in Europe and modernizing our economy.
Thibault, thank you very much. Let me just press one point, and I think it's very important Alex is heard, right? You know, they're the future. If we don't have these, if we have scale-ups in America that are not that regulated and grow quickly, how can he compete then on a level playing field and absorb costs that he outlined? And they were big numbers, 15 to 20% extra costs. That's a huge margin. So what should he do? What's your advice?
I think he should repeat what he just said, which is that whenever you put something in ChatGPT, it is being recorded somewhere else. And I had a very interesting conversation with OpenAI, and they were actually desperate because a lot of people are writing very cryptic details about their personal lives in ChatGPT, and they would like this to stop because it's a bit embarrassing for their systems to know about our lives, and our love lives and so on in such great detail. So I think that I would much prefer that this is kept in a European cloud with a high level of sovereignty within Doctolib, instead of some of these queries and data to be stored elsewhere.
Okay, and let me press one more point, and then we've got to move on. But why must he be forced to switch a cloud platform? If it's going to cost 20% in costs. Does that make business sense?
I think maybe I should explain that in the Cloud and AI Development Act, our focus is, in terms of obligation, is only on the public sector, and it's only about making a risk assessment. We are not putting any obligation on any business to basically shift procurement or supplier. I wish they would do this themselves, because I think that security and sovereignty is actually a big business factor. But I think it's not for the Commission in CADA to say that. And I think it was also an important element. We didn't put any obligation on Doctolib or anybody else to change providers. I hope that 15% is maybe too much. From our experience, we find actually, we did a procurement for 180 million euros, and we found European providers that are actually cheaper than the competition. So maybe we can exchange there, and you can look around.
And just to explain that point a little bit better, it's if staying on this similar solution with the current providers being US hyperscalers, what they are proposing is to have something that is more expensive if they're going to go further in closing some of those risks. But completely agreed with you on this being something where it needs to be about evaluating all of the risks and doing that assessment. And it's actually something that we do today because, as I mentioned, trust is one of our biggest assets. So we invest quite a lot already, even though we do working with different providers to make sure that the data is safe, secure, and used with the right permissions for the right purpose.
Excellent, Alex. Let me jump to you, James. You're an American company, so how can you be seen as a credible player in this European sovereignty debate?
Well, it's not the first question I've had about the parentage. We're owned by IBM, but we're a separate, distinct unit within IBM. I think the blunt answer is open source doesn't have a nationality. It is a community which is truly global. About 20% of it is in Europe, and that is the reason why we have our largest development footprint in Europe. We go to where the skills are, and this is best in class. So I think that's one point. I think the other is, in terms of the CADA we love Picado in the sense that there's this open source first principle. I appreciate it's a bit like an oil painting. It takes a bit of time, some brushstrokes and colors that need added, and we'll see how this goes through the process. But we would like to the point about level playing fields in evaluating, move from aspirational language to more of a mandatory evaluation, and may the best win, right? So I think that's the second point. The third, you see, missed the letters in the room, sorry, the next panel, I don't want to skew this, but the fifth freedom, which was in the letter report about knowledge, I think open source plays a beautiful role in there in terms of the freedoms about running, studying, distributing, and improving open source. So again, I think it's something which is great. And then finally, Thibaut, sorry if I may just riff off what you said in the previous session. You said you shouldn't wait for regulation to do the right thing. So Britta, your point about Mythos. So that all kicked off in April, if I'm not mistaken. And then that was what, and then in May we launched our sort of response to that, which is called Lightwell, which is 5 billion investment, 20,000 engineers, and it is about securing the open source supply chain, which is global, and it's going beyond what Red Hat curates. So it's really something that we're giving back, and I think obviously being Red Hat, we are upstream first company, so the fixes and patches we will share upstream, everybody will have access to them. So I think that's something which I hope is then fully reflected as we go forward in terms of implementation about the assurance levels, that kind of give back and that kind of added value is really reflected in the prioritization.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Michelle, let me come to you. We're now going to, we've left the commission. It's going to go into co-decision. It's going to get very political. How can this be done in a measurable, way? How do you envision that?
Yes, now the project is on the table. The trilogue will start, interaction with Parliament and Council. Definitely we are interested in, implementation, because this is what will be key, and we had the opportunity to discuss this a bit earlier today. The way it will be implemented consistently across member states is also a key challenge, to make sure that there are no differences or no material differences which generates gaps. That's an important element, and then there will be appropriation from the market, let's say. I think the target is really to have leadership emerging. That's where I think the money should go. Definitely, there will be certainly in the coming weeks or months or years also efforts in terms of public procurement. I think it has been said, the Commission has already procured the first contract of 180 million for sovereign cloud. So it's starting, and that's an example certainly that will be followed across Europe. The European Commission is also opening these contracts potentially for usage by authorities, which is also we see as a way to accelerate as well. But naturally, it's not without challenges. Fragmentation of the market is an element that needs to be taken into consideration. To generate leadership, we need to make sure that to some extent there is some level of concentration. And last word on also the ambition around the diversification of strategy, and open source is an integral part of this. I think is a good move. The thing is, nobody wants to move from one dependency to another. So in terms of risk management and mitigation, open source is playing a good and important role going forward. So that's a complex story, but I think the way we will actually implement the thing with pragmatism is what will make the success of the initiative, which we support.
Thank you, Michelle. Britta, let me come to you. I was asking before, what is the kind of the one main challenge that you see?
Speed.
Yeah, okay.
I think if we have a look at the innovation circles we are facing when it comes to the new AI models, we have to speed up, and we have to completely change the way we cooperate among the member states and with our partners, because I think if you look back, why Europe was built to avoid another war. And if you look at the European situation as it is right now, we are kind of lost in regulation somehow, and we have to think about the core values and the reason why we have Europe as a continent that is really strong when we unite, when we join forces. And looking at the IT sector, we have to join compute, and we have to have much more cooperation. And this sounds so easy, but it's so difficult in the daily life. So we really have to have that transformation. We have to be bold, and we have to be bold every day, because this is really a very tough job. And each and every one of us is really responsible, and we have to be aware that time is now. And if we don't change completely our mindset and the way we work together, situation is lost. And I have 2 daughters. They are like 21 years old and 19 years old, and that I want them to live in Europe with the same kind of freedom we have, with the rights they have, and we have to act now. And this is really serious, and that's why I have to be that serious, because this sense of urgency has to be spread all over Europe, and we have to act, and we have to be really strong. So this is the main challenge. I think we can do that, but it's going to be hard. But wir schaffen das.
Thank you. Speaking about time, we're running out. And Thibaut, I hope you don't mind if I give the final word to you, Alex. Can you please let us know? You have the voice of this audience, the Commission, Germany. What recommendations? What do you want to see?
Yeah, so first of all, and Britta, I think kind of the point that you made about regulation and kind of having this be the power of Europe, for us, a company that is trying to expand across Europe, having something that is consistent and predictable to be able to have what is really like a gigantic market, to be able to compete and scale, having kind of something that is harmonized is kind of very, very important. It helps us then to operate and build a single set of products, whether it's for private markets, for Germany, France, Netherlands, Italy, wherever it is that we want to expand. So I think that's one very big kind of point for us. But then also, as kind of we've discussed as well, having this kind of risk assessment be a big part of how this is put in place, because there are many kind of different actions and steps that we take and we will take, so that this becomes a trajectory across like all levels kind of for sovereignty, rather than something that is that ends up kind of forcing a situation where there is a cutoff at a certain level that then takes companies such as Dr. Lib and puts them into a certain box that we have to operate in.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I want to thank my panelists, right, our members, as well for traveling all this way to be here. Thank you so much, Britta. And Thibaut, thank you to come here and listen. It's very important. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I now pass the floor back to Cecilia.
Thank you so much to an excellent panel on sovereignty, the hot topic of the town at the moment. I have the honor of moderating the next 2 sessions with 2 gentlemen that I admire really a lot. One of them is actually a master's of digital. So we were promised a single market. And we discussed it earlier today. I am not really sure that we got one. And when I came here like a CEO, and I was confused about all the amazing dangers of the world that I have never seen before and heard about before that we need to regulate. And along came a gentleman with a report called Much More Than a Market, and talked about global scale, how we were falling behind, how we need to simplify our rules, make it easier to do business in Europe, and how Europe is much more than a market, and how we could basically bring one European single market, scaling across borders in a much easier 28th regime. Let me welcome on stage Enrico Letta, former Prime Minister of Italy, and Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. So not only are you a former prime minister, you are actually also a dean on one of the most important technical universities in Europe at the moment.
Yes, and I'm very pleased to be here. I think it's a right and great moment, and I'm here first of all to thank you and to thank Digital Europe, because in the elaboration of my report, you were among the first really being part of this collective exercise, because at the end of the day, much more than a market is a collective exercise, and thank you very much for the fact that we work together.
Yeah, thank you so much for actually gathering it and moving the discussion. Now let's talk in a minute about, did we also move the needle? I think I have a very positive mind, right? So I actually think we are seeing concrete things, but I'm looking forward to basically also hear your version of what's next and what happened. So you received the Masters of Digital Award exactly due to this opening up people's eyes to the fact that we're not acting as a single market and that it is extremely difficult to do business in Europe. And actually proposing concrete solutions with the 28th regime. So we are really calling for a stronger European market on scale, on innovation. We want joint tax credits, we want joint procurement, we want to see joint investments, and still only 11 of the 100 biggest companies are European. So now we are discussing sovereignty. So do you think that what came out, do we have, when we discuss sovereignty, do we have the right goals in mind when we talk about sovereignty in Europe?
The discussion about sovereignty is a complicated one in Europe, because it's a discussion that is a little bit biaised by the previous discussion on nationalism and sovereignism, if I may say. That is creating some doubts in the present discussion, some intellectual doubts that are, in my view, a big obstacle. Because sovereignty today, in today's world, means also competitiveness. It's very complicated to, I would say, decouple the two. There's an evident overlapping, and it is fundamental for all of us to understand that, in reality, our discussion about sovereignty is a discussion about scale. And scale, as we discussed many times together, today is something that, for one reason or another, we forgot for 25 years. And at the same time, we forgot this term in the period in which the world changed completely scale around us. And we suddenly discovered, with the last big ruptures of the last years, that scale matters, and scale is a fundamental topic for our future. And in reality, I think the main point was related to the fact that we had some happy dependencies in the last 25 years that were a sort of way for us not to consider that this I would say scale problem was really an existential issue for us, because we had an happy dependency from the US on security, an happy dependency on Russia on energy, an happy dependency on China on manufacture, an happy dependency on the US on tech, on finance. I can continue on that. Happy dependency. So we were not aware of the damages of all these dependencies, and suddenly we had the bill of everything. And I have to say, I'm always optimistic, but now I'm a little bit more in the last 4 months, because I saw an objective acceleration in what is happening. The fact that today we have a commitment by the 3 European institutions, because the 3 main institutions took the challenge to launch a plan all together, the 3. They committed with deadlines. In the One Europe, One Market plan, the 42 measures, you have the most important measures that are absolutely necessaries, and you have, exactly as you said before, Bettina, you have speed, or you have the commitment for speed, because I suggest you to give a look to the Q that are in the plan. In the 42 measures, you have Q3 26, Q4 26, Q2 27. You have very binding deadlines. And I think it is important. It's exactly what we said with Draghi at the Alden-Biesen Castle in the summit. We said, in terms of method, you have to do two fundamental things. First, to have an upgrade in terms of political legitimacy of these measures, to have a package. In 85, 92, Delors succeeded with the single market because it was the package, and it was the package with the treaty change. This time it's not possible to have a treaty change, but the need to have an upgrade, and a legislative upgrade of this political architecture of the 42 measures. And the logic of the package is fundamental, because with the package you can have a shared ownership of political parties, countries. If you have measure by measure, it's more complicated. And at the same time, the second point is deadlines. Because if we have deadlines, then it's serious. Without deadlines, it's academic debate.
Yeah. So, I mean, not everyone might know the 42 different measures. If you can mention just for the audience, some of the most important ones that you really think will change the game.
I can tell you that for me, of course, the most important one is the 28 regime, is one of them. Has been presented by the Commission, a first proposal. The Commission changed the name. I accepted because I think there will be one day a 28 member state. So the idea of the word 28 is because it's the idea of having a virtual state. But I'm sure, and I strongly hope, that tomorrow Iceland, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, I'm a great fan of the enlargement, so I'm sure there will be a 28 member state. But what is very important is the fact that, and this is what I told the leaders in February, and that is always what I try to say in all the meetings I have, when I go out of Europe presenting what we are doing, discussing about the report and the reports, I can tell you that 80% of the attention from our interlocutors out of Europe is on the 28 regime.
Yeah.
I was in Singapore last week. I can't say the name of my interlocutors, but they told me, and I was a little bit embarrassed, because they asked me, tell me the date in which I can create a company with the 28 regime. And of course,
you should have been bold, you say.
No, I told them.
Leave me in 3 months.
I told them end of next year. I think I was lying, but it's a lie for good purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can tell you that Singapore is a place that they were so interested. I was in the US. And in the US, I presented these ideas, 3 big meetings, one in Silicon Valley, one in DC, and the other one in New York City at NASDAQ. And I can tell you that, of course, they named it immediately, oh, this is the European Delaware. Very well, you copy us. I told them it's a little bit different, but I understand the point. But in reality, I repeat, there's a big interest.
Yeah.
Because the main problem we have in Europe is the fact that it's impossible to create a European company. We create a Danish company, an Italian company, a French company, a Portuguese company. This is the key issue. I'm sorry, because I'm not saying anything very intelligent and very creative. It's very simple. But in reality, it is the true fundamental point. If we are able to give the possibility to the people to create a European company, that will immediately overcome half of the obstacles that all the national companies have. That is the problem that they get from the neighboring country, not from China or from the US.
And I actually think that the Ukrainians did a little bit that with their DIA, and where you can basically register a company in Ukraine, and you don't even have to be resident there right now, attracting a lot of foreign investment. Really, really interesting. It could be interesting to see how much they've taken from the 28th regime while doing that.
I can tell you that discussing with them, I found them very much reactive, interested, proactive on this. I think they are transforming their candidature as members of the European Union is a candidature where we have to ask them to be in as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think you're totally... Should we give him a hand? Yes. Well, I don't know, I think I really, the way that we think alike, and this is also why after a few years in Brussels, when you came along, I was like, wow, this man gets it, you know? It's exactly what we need. Can we have more of that kind of thinking? And the 28th regime, right, it's 48 hours in cooperation, digital corporations, flexible ownership structures, clear tax and insolvency procedures, easier cross-border hiring, etc. We also say like employee shares and shares, how you actually handle your shares. Where do you expect, what are the tools and what are the things that you think will make the biggest difference for the companies if we actually implement it? And how can we help you to move it forward?
The main point for me is to raise the sense of urgency, pressure, and the risk of frustration. This is the point. You always use the term frustration because it is clear that today, around the 28th regime, there's a big level of expectation. But I have to say also there's also the big risk of frustration, of big frustration, because if at the end of this journey, the outcome is a I think the frustration will be enormous because it will be the sense to say, as an American AI that was answering to the question, can Europe scale, question mark, in a debate we had. And the answer was no, because there are two very good reports, but the leaders will never be able to overcome their differences and to implement the two reports. And the big problem is to avoid this sense of potential frustration that was there last year. Last year we started thinking that, okay, we have two reports, but nothing is happening. So this is why today I see things are happening, but what we try to do have to become reality. So the fundamental sense is this sense of frustration. And the second point, if I may say, is linking the 28th regime to the other big transformations of all this one Europe, one market, because it's not just alone in a silos. For instance, all the discussion that you are having here is absolutely crucial and you have to link it. But I would like to say that the big link is with the Savings and Investments Union.
Yeah.
Because in reality, I heard before, I think you talked about the role of Savings and Investments Union. It is absolutely fundamental. Because it is the way, I would say, to take for granted that last 10 years we failed on the capital markets union. We failed, I have to say, not because of us. Large part of the responsibility of the failure of the capital markets union is Brexit. Because the idea was to have a capital markets union with London as financial capital, having London with Frankfurt, Brussels, Strasbourg, and Luxembourg as the capitals of Europe. It didn't work because of Brexit. So today we have to change also the narrative of the capital markets. It's no more the old capital markets union. It's another idea, and the other idea is starting, and I think is why the momentum. Because it is starting in the moment in which we are debating the MFF. And we know all that the MFF, there's too few money, it's too little money in the MFF for all the expectations we have around. So the only way to solve the conundrum is to clearly say that we have to do, sorry to say, like the Americans. The big success on AI is not public money driven, it's private money driven in the US. And it is clear that it is exactly what we are not able to do because our, I would say, capacity to have investments private money driven is, I would say, is not at the level of our strength, of the level of our savings. And in my view, it is the most crucial, most important point. I always repeat one point, and I try to use it, even if it's very simple. But I think simple things are more important than Our main problem is the fact that we are 17% of real economy in the world, 17% with Europeans. The US is 25% real economy. But our 17% becomes 12 when it comes to finance, market caps. 17 becomes 12. And the 25 of the US becomes 60, 6-0. And 17 and 25 is the same championship. 12-60 is not the same championship. Is a totally different championship. And the magnitude of investment that you can put in the investment that are fundamental for a leadership in the tech and the tech market in innovation can come from these. We are the main savers in the world, but we are not able to use it.
We're not attracting our own capital.
So I think we have to combine everything here. And what is very important is to try to combine also in terms of narrative. And I think to have a roadshow in the world clearly saying that this is what we are doing now. In the next 18 months, this is our projects, these are the deadlines, and this is what we want to do. And the world of today, I think, is interested in what Europe is doing.
Yeah.
Is a sort of also of reaction to the famous Mark Carney's speech in Davos, is the way to say, okay, yes, we are trying to give an answer.
So we see this all the time. We have the Dual Use Award and the Digital European Unicorn Award, alumni of 250 amazing scale-ups around Europe. And we don't see from industry there's any kind of innovation crisis. There's a scalability crisis, as we discussed many times. So will you and I sit here in 2 years and we will be able to see 17 not be 12, but 17 become 35? And what are the two things that you want us to support to get there?
I will try to say something that it's a little bit for laugh, but it is serious. I was telling you about this answer of the American AI to the question, can Europe scale? I was in a debate in DC on that. And we were 3 panelists. I was chairing this debate. Can Europe scale? Question mark. And the first panelist said, I don't know what to say, so I read the answer of the AI, the American AI. And in the room, there was a European leader raising the hand, and gave him the floor, and he said, can I read the answer of another AI? And he read the answer of another AI, and the answer was, can Europe scale? Question mark. The answer was, yes, Europe can, because of ta 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 ta. And of course, it was any European AI. But all the
Did
Europeans...
it also give the answers on the how?
all the Europeans in the room were connected to American AI, not the European AI. So they were all influenced by the American AI answer. And this is a key issue. And I can add to this story the fact that 3 weeks ago in Fudan University, so in Shanghai, discussing these topics, and a Fudan scholar raising his hand told me, can I read the answer of the Chinese AI? And the answer of the Chinese AI was totally in line with the European one. But we used the American AI.
You need a
so
big loan.
I would like to say that in 2 years' time, I would like to have a development of what we are doing, able to try to, how we say, equilibrate. And this is the first one. The second one is it seems a little bit ridiculous, but in my view, it is fundamental. The Savings and Investments Union will work only if it becomes a global political project of the entire European Union. If it is only for experts of finance, if it is only for the Eurogroup experts, for the central bankers and so on, it will fail. I can write here the bet on that. It has to become something more global because it's the only way to clearly have this big challenge in using in the best way our savings, giving our savers the idea that it's good for them, because the return will be better for them, and it will be good for real economy. But we need to launch a great campaign on Savings and Investments Union. And so in 2 years' time, I hope this Savings and Investments Union can be a great campaign. I hope the acronym, we in Brussels, we love acronyms, as you know, so SIU has to become the new big acronym at the European level. We are not there until now. If you ask AI, what does it mean, SIU, you have a complicated answer, because 99% of the responses on CU are referring not to the commissioner on finance, she is Portuguese, Albuquerque, but to another Portuguese, is Cristiano Ronaldo, because CU is the way in which Cristiano Ronaldo celebrates his goals. So we have to, in 2 years' time, we need to have half of the answers on Savings and Investments Union, and the rest on Ronaldo. We can hire Ronaldo to be testimonial. I think it would be a little bit expensive. I don't know if the Commission has the money to do so, but...
Listen, time is up, but this has been a very valuable conversation. For companies, you know, these kind of stuff, it's real, right? You know, every day we want to scale, we're looking, where can we scale? Where can we afford to scale? And I hope that we're sitting here. We did the Unicorn Award. We can see that EIB, EIC, and EIF are sponsoring 25% of the unicorns straight after. We have the Scale-Up Fund. We have the idea of common procurement in several areas. We have the Euro HPC. So who knows? Maybe we are on the path on the 28th regime, and we certainly will do our part to get there. Thank you so much for your time and for your passion. Thank you. So I will stay on stage and invite our next guest. The transatlantic partnership remains the largest in the world. Our trade is 1.7 trillion, and common industry investments is around 4.7. And we strengthened our US presence last year with, actually we've been active there for 3 years, but building it out, and we are still hiring. So last April, I traveled to DC, and we met on digital sovereignty with the American ambassador and several US stakeholders discussing exactly digital sovereignty. And I met with Undersecretary Kimmett, Director Crane-Cross, and we discussed the transatlantic or the allied tech stack. Well, first of all, since then, luckily now, we have concluded the negotiations on the Turnberry deal. There is stability. And with that, let me welcome you on stage, the representative in Europe of our biggest traded relationship ever, Ambassador Putzer, the ambassador of US to Europe. Welcome on stage.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. So I hear that you are celebrating a lot at the moment, right?
We had a great celebration on Sunday of the 250th anniversary of our founding, our Declaration of Independence, which was very influenced, by the way, by the European Enlightenment. The event was pretty spectacular. It was very good. And then yesterday we had a celebration at the European Parliament, where we had about 250 people. They told us we wouldn't even get 200, and we did well better than that. So it's been great. It's been we've had a couple of very good celebrations here.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things, I would say, and so it's a shame that it doesn't happen more often, having 250 years
Well, it was pretty hard to do this time.
But I'm looking forward to next. Maybe we can have the 51st anniversary. So. Listen, first a little bit a question on reflection. You came in with you say you've been in industry, you have had a different background from, I would say, what an ambassador normally has as a diplomat. Could you share a little bit like your reflections on the first years in Europe, and what are your like major kind of takeaways?
Well, it's been a real pleasure to be here. I really enjoyed the job. The president told me I would love this job when he asked me to do it. I wasn't so sure. But he was right. I do love the job. It's a pleasure to be here. It's wonderful people to work with. We've been able to do a lot. I've learned a lot. A couple of things I learned when I got here was that I thought I would be advocating very strongly that Europe needed to take a stronger position with respect to China. And since the day I got here, it's been almost just the opposite. It's been people encouraging me in meetings that maybe the United States should take a stronger position, that Europe would like to take one as well. I was also surprised by, my first meeting was with the ambassadors of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And for me, the fall of the Berlin Wall was 39 years ago. For them, it was about a week ago.
Yeah.
And that this Soviet threat and the threat of Russia was very real and still very present. I know Kaja Kallas's mother was taken to a gulag. I mean, this is something that that influences her thought, and that was a surprise. We have gotten a lot done. I know there's been a lot of disparaging of the relationship between the EU and the United States, but we got that trade deal through, and it was not an easy job. The European Parliament, the Council, the Commission all deserve a lot of credit that it was passed, and now it is done. It actually took effect yesterday. We got a critical minerals memorandum of understanding completed so that we will not be subject to economic coercion, which is something that I think was important for both the EU and the United States. And now we've got the EU signed up to Pax Silica, which is an AI-related union that will deal with supply chains, but also with trying to bring Europe more actively into the AI economy, which pretty soon you'll just say the economy, the AI part will be irrelevant because the economy will be dominated by AI, and we're almost there now. So I think those are three major achievements. We now need to move on to the non-tariff trade barriers, which I think are in many respects not only damaging trade between the United States and Europe, but also damaging Europe, period. I think that there's too much regulation, that we really over-regulated industry and entrepreneurship in Europe, and it needs to be set free, or the entrepreneurs will keep running off to the United States when they come up with these innovative companies.
Yeah, so one of your surprises was really that in US maybe the threat of Russia was not at the doorstep. For the Europeans, it's our number one.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know it's a threat, but for us, it's not sort of tied to the Soviet Union and tied to, that when you're on the border with Russia or with Ukraine, it's a whole different situation.
Yeah. And true, there's been a lot of progress, the trade deal, Pax Silica, etc. So, and we actually also revoked this AI diffusion that was actually from the previous administration on restrictions on these very advanced microchips for 17 countries, which was also removed in this period. Do you think we talk too little about the successes at the moment?
Well, the press certainly talks too little about them. I think that when our relationship it's kind of, I keep using the example of a cappuccino. I don't know why I don't drink cappuccino. But you've got the froth on top, but what you really want is the caffeine. You want to get down to the coffee. And I think too much in the press they focus on the froth, while at the coffee level, a lot is getting done. I can't imagine in the United States that President Trump would have come back with a trade deal. Let's say it's a great trade deal, and the House and the Senate had to pass it, and we would get it done within a year. I don't see that happening, but it happened here. I mean, we agreed to Turnberry in July, and it was a long process. It was very interesting. The government process here is very interesting. There's a lot of votes. Like, first there's the vote as to whether the committee will vote, and then the committee votes, and then the committee votes that the Parliament can vote, and then the Parliament votes, and then it goes to trilogue, and the trilogue votes, and then when they're done with the trilogue vote, it goes back to the Parliament and the Council to vote again. I keep saying, isn't this done yet? It seems like you win it at one stage, and there's just always another stage. But it got done, and I think Europe deserves a lot of credit for that. I don't know that could have happened in the U.S.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So listen, and of course we have supported it all through the process. Now, mentioning what's on the mind of a lot of people and maybe looking, is it fluff or is it coffee? Is what happened on methods and the export controls on on the algorithms. So you could interpret that in many ways, right? So I think the president came out and said maybe 30 days for evaluation of extremely powerful algorithms. I mean, in Europe, we have around 18 months for medical devices to even reach the market, right? So, and he said, okay, it's going to be voluntary. But could you read into this that this is really just checking what do we have in our hands here and making sure that everybody's safe?
Yeah, we really can't just release these models. They just can't go out there. I mean, we've got to do some kind of protection. It's like the design for a nuclear weapon. We don't release those. We don't just put those out to anybody that wants to take a look at them. We protect them very carefully. And Mythos, when our Treasury Secretary, when Scott Bessent found out about this, he immediately called a meeting of all the major U.S. banks and said, look, there's a big threat here. This program can go in and find breaches in your weaknesses in your security system and could shut down the banking system. So we were very concerned that not get out, and there did come to a point where we released it to certain European allies, and I think we'll be careful who we release things to. These more advanced programs, when they came out, I think the president said, wait a minute, before these get spread across the globe, before these are out there and may get in the hands of people that would abuse them, we need to find out what it is exactly that we're releasing. And now they've been released. Now we've released some of these programs. So there isn't like a kill switch or some evil intent here. But I think everybody should be glad that we're not letting people that were bad actors get a hold of a program that could bring down Europe's banking system, for example. This is the kind of thing we need to protect against. And we can do that by working together. And I think we need to do more working together in this area in particular to the advantage of both the United States and the European Union.
And of course, my question, because there's a lot, as you said, malintentions, is this a kill switch, whatever. But what we also saw was that there was actually an announcement that there would be 30 days. It lasted a bit longer because it was very powerful, but there was a process in place, whereas I don't think we could do this kind of things in 30 days. We have much longer processes for product vetting here. So great, it was opened up again, I think, just before this panel, which is very nice. And so listen, sovereignty. We have a lot of good technologies in Europe, right? We have drones, robotics, energy technologies, connectivity, 5G, 6G, energy technologies that are heavily used also by the U.S. machinery that I would say the U.S. is really also using large scale, and the vice versa. Do you think EU right now, we've had the tech sovereignty package, is it the right intention? Is it the right scope? What's your initial thoughts on this?
So it's really very complicated, and I understand the desire for tech sovereignty, but I think maybe it's a concept that would have worked 6 months or a year or 2 years ago that really doesn't really recognize the current reality. The current reality is that if you want to protect your data and you're worried about a kill switch, I think the way that I would be approaching this, I think a better way to approach this, at least the companies that I've been meeting with tell me that you can do two things. One is you could set up various stacks where you keep your data. So maybe you have a Meta stack, a Google stack, a digitally sovereign stack, a Microsoft stack, so that if one of those stacks is attacked, you've got other options where your data is. Now, perhaps a better way, if they're all attacked, and this is the Hewlett-Packard people who suggested this, is if we join our data, so the data is intermixed, then you avoid anybody coming in with some kind of a kill switch in effect that's built into the system. Now, there are no kill switches that I'm aware of or that anybody I've spoken to is aware of that are actually built into the system, but you do have a potential kill switch like Mythos.
Mm-hmm.
Mythos is a potential kill switch. If it gets into your system, it can find the vulnerabilities in the system. It can then penetrate the system. And so you want to make sure that it doesn't get in the hands of people who would be, let's say, economically coercive or mercantilist. You want it in the hands of people that will share it with you, because Mythos, as an example, could not only find holes in your security system, it can fix the holes in your security system. So it's good to have a partnership with the country that's actually got these advanced models and can work with you to make sure that your systems are as secure as theirs. The danger is that gets in the hands of somebody who's not particularly interested in working together, but is more interested in being, again, economically coercive or mercantilist. But even that becomes irrelevant. And so this is the tech sovereignty. Tech sovereignty isn't going to solve the mythos problem. But even the mythos problem becomes irrelevant if we get to quantum AI. Because quantum AI, it does, like, I don't know, 25,000 years of thinking like in 4 seconds. And even if you have your security in place and everything's perfect and you know, there are no holes because you've had these other systems fix it, it won't matter because quantum AI will decrypt the codes to get into the system. So it will have your codes. So what you really need in that case is you need post-quantum security, post-quantum cryptography security. And the US has that, and I think that's something we should work on together. But when you're talking about kill switches and we're going to have digital sovereignty to protect us from that, you're really not focusing on the right things. It's not going to protect you from. There's no kill switch built into the systems to begin with, but even if they were, it's not going to protect you from mythos. It's not going to protect you from quantum AI. What's going to protect you and us from that is if we work together on these issues. And Europe does have great innovative AI companies. It has great innovative quantum companies. There are some restrictions, some intellectual property restrictions that prevent the EU and the US to share this quantum technology, I think is, quantum research and quantum technology to the extent I'd like to see, and I think we can work on eliminating that. But I think it's much better if we work together than it is if we're trying to create digital sovereign, approaches to this, because I don't think they'll be in any way effective.
So this leads me a little bit to, Digital Europe quite early on went out and said we need a digital dialogue. And of course, each side is discussing what should be the scope of the digital dialogue. But you just mentioned one of the areas. How can we work together on post-quantum cryptography? How can we work basically on these things that none of us can basically do alone and make sure that we are safe together? Could be one of the areas. So we really support these digital dialogues with a range of issues, cybersecurity, critical technologies. So do you agree that these digital dialogues are needed, and how can we move it forward together?
Yeah, so there's two things. One is there's a formal digital dialogue happening, I think it's today, in Washington, D.C., with extensive number of representatives from the U.S. and Brussels. But there are also other discussions going on to try and address the substantive issues that aren't really out there in the spotlight. I think sometimes I have a friend at the Commission that I deal with fairly regularly who tells me that sometimes it's easier to deal with substance when we disagree than it is to deal with Brussels politics. And so that if you can kind of keep the substance discussion out of the politics, you can make a lot more progress. And I think we need more of that. Instead of talking at each other, we should do more speaking with each other. And that may require people saying, look, I'm not going to try and get some political gain here. I'm not going to try and get credit for something that happens. I'm going to try and get something done that's for everybody's benefit. And there are discussions like that going on. I hope they continue.
Yeah, and what we hope, of course, is also that it's an industry discussion, because we see ourselves as the bridge. We have the interest of basically collaborate on these areas and to have like an industry collaboration in those digital dialogues. So definitely going to tap in there with our expertise. So, I mean, we spoke about this gigantic, collaboration economically that we have both on trade and on investments. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for expanding these common investments?
Well, I think the trade agreement is going to make a big difference. I think that it'll be a very positive development for both Europe and the United States. But I think we really need to focus on AI, and I'm hoping that we can focus on it in Europe. You need 5 things to be in the AI economy. You need fuel. You have to have energy. And you can't do it on just wind and solar. Renewables aren't going to cut it. First, you need base power. Even if you have a lot of wind and solar, you need base power, and that could be hydro, it could be nuclear. But if you don't have hydro, it's going to take 10, 15, 20 years to get nuclear. You've got to have LNG. You've got to have some kind of fossil fuel power. And if you don't have that, one, you can't reindustrialize, because right now you don't have enough energy to reindustrialize. But even if you needed this much energy to reindustrialize, you need this much energy to be in the AI economy and reindustrialize. So we're really talking about a lot of regulations that are in place that were designed to make it difficult. They were designed to make it hard to use fossil fuels, expensive to use fossil fuels, to encourage renewable energy. And you've done that. You've got a lot of renewable energy. Unfortunately, it's not enough to reindustrialize, and it's not enough to participate in the AI economy. So I think a lot of the rules that are limiting energy production, fossil fuel energy production in Europe need to be loosened, because if you know you need LNG, for example, which is a low carbon burning fossil fuel, if you know you need it, you don't want it to be expensive to discourage its use. If you need it, you want it to be abundant so it's cheap, so your energy prices come down and you can generate more energy. And you can't make it abundant and try and restrict it by regulations all at the same time. So I think first there's an energy problem, and if Europe's going to have data centers, and you've got about 1,500 data centers, there are 4,000 in the US and 3,000 under construction. If you're going to build data centers outside of Sweden and Finland and places that have hydro and nuclear and the kind of energy sources that can serve as base power, then you're going to need to come up with the turbines that run on LNG, and you're going to need more LNG, and you're going to want the price to come down. Second thing you need is critical minerals, and we do have a critical minerals deal now, so I think that's very positive, and I hope we can move that along. I've had conversations with people at the Commission about the need to have projects, and we all agree, and we're working on projects in that respect. The other three things you need are data centers, data, and you need access to the US AI hardware stack, which is it's advanced well beyond, I think, Europe's ability to catch up before it's too late. So you need either access to the US hardware stack or the Chinese hardware stack. So I would say you have a choice between the free market democracy or the totalitarian, communist, economically coercive mercantilists. And I think the better choice is probably the free market democracy. So if you want, and the companies that can give you access to the data centers, who will collect the data and who will give you access to the US AI hardware stack, are here. They've been here for decades. They love Europe. They want to grow. It's Meta, it's Google, it's Microsoft, it's HP, it's Amazon. And they come into my office, they come into the embassy, and we sit down in one of the conference rooms, and they'll go, Ambassador, can you please help us? We love Europe. We want to grow in Europe. We want to invest in Europe. We want to bring Europe in with us to this AI economy, but every time we turn around, it's a new regulation or a reinterpretation on an old regulation where they move the goalpost, or they hit us with another $100 million fine. And it's very hard to grow in Europe when you're constantly facing $100 million fines and moving goalposts and new regulations that are constantly coming out. So it makes it very difficult for these companies to bring the AI economy to Europe in the way they would like to bring it to Europe because they feel like they're being regulated off the continent. And I think sometimes there's a lot of talk about competitiveness in Europe, and Europe does need to be more competitive. But I think, if I may, I think a better way to, I think I would talk about economic growth more than I talked about competitiveness, because I think competitiveness can send you in the wrong direction. If you're talking about making European companies more competitive by deregulating, by getting rid of regulations and encouraging entrepreneurs, encouraging company growth, encouraging companies to move forward, I think that's a good idea. If what they mean by competitiveness is we're going to make other companies from other countries less competitive by regulating them, so they're regulated too, we're going to bring them down to the level of these EU regulated companies, which will make EU companies more competitive, I think that's misguided, because I don't think it will make EU companies more competitive. I just think it will make all of us less competitive, and because it really doesn't solve the problem. EU companies aren't uncompetitive because US companies are bigger or have this technology. They're uncompetitive because they're overregulated. They go to the United States because they're overregulated. You know, people invest in those companies when they're in the United States because they believe they're going to be very successful companies. They believe there'll be a return on their investment. They don't invest in them here, not because there isn't money here. There's plenty of money here. They don't invest in them here because they think they're going to hit that shelf where all of a sudden you're a new innovative company and you need an army of attorneys to get to here. And you only can have an army of attorneys if you're a big company already and have the money. And that's not just something I'm saying. The CEO of Mistral had a long piece in X. If you ever, I think his last name's Mensch.
Yeah.
Is that correct? It seems like a really smart young guy. But he had a piece in X that talked about how he had ASML to finance him, which made a big difference. But not everybody has that. And so if you hit this barrier where you can't get any bigger here, what do? Well, you go where you can get bigger. You can go to the United States where their regulation is less. If they believe in your idea, they'll invest in you because they think you've got a chance to succeed. And so companies go to the U.S. I was in Cyprus when they took over the presidency, and the president of Cyprus said, you know, I just went to New York, I just went to San Francisco, I went to Silicon Valley, I went to Houston. I talked to people at all the big tech companies, and everybody I talked to was a European. And I think that's true. I think the talent's here, I think the energy's here. I think Europe can do tremendous things. Europe is behind in AI. They can partner with us, we can help catch them up, we can work this together and make sure that we preserve Western culture, because whoever wins the AI war wins. They win culturally, they win economically, they win militarily. You win the AI war, you win. And so I think it's important that we come together and try and win as a group.
So maybe that can be the tagline of the new digital dialogues, right? How to win together, the AI game together, right? And I think one of the things we discussed, are we determined to stay a liberal democracy where the major value is created by companies' success to create value, or not? And I think you just confirmed today an attitude of what's good for you is good for me is better than what's good for you is not good for me.
Yeah, we're so tied together. There was another, it's going to sound like I'm on X too much, and maybe I am, but the CEO of ASML also had an interview where he talked about tech sovereignty. And one of the things he said was it's very difficult to talk about tech sovereignty because we are so, our economies, you know, when you get below the froth, our economies are so intertwined. I mean, talk to people from Ericsson, talk to people from Siemens, and you'll find out that there is no way to be technologically or from a manufacturing perspective completely independent. We've had this intermingling going on for 5, 6, 7, 8 decades, and you really can't bust it up. So let's stop talking about that and start talking about how we can work together and partner and try and make sure that Western civilization prevails in this fight, because that's what's at stake, and we shouldn't ignore that.
Dear Mr. Ambassador, I started the Masters of Digital by saying, whoever has the most superior technology will prevail. I believe in it, and I hope that we will have it together. Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you so much. So, with that, let me just make a few final comments. For everybody who's a member, next trip to the United States is in July. I'm actually on holiday, but I'm going to fly in anyway. There is a huge program on common defense, procurement, and investments in Washington. Should you be interested, please let us know, and we are happy to basically include you. With that, let me leave the stage. Do we have a break now? No break. No break. It's a little bit warm here, right? So let me hand over to, who will take over, Vincenzo from my team, who will take the next panel. Enjoy, and see you out there after the last panel, and hopefully with a little bit more cool environment than here. Vincenzo, please.
So feel free to have a seat. So you can come on stage, yes. Yes, so here we have the minister. You can sit here. Audrey, you can sit there, and then Manuel can sit there. Yeah, you can sit there. Yes. Okay, I think we can start. So again, good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session for today, so it is never easy. But I find it very fitting because what we're going to discuss is effectively the foundational technologies for all of what we have discussed today. So I'm Vincenzo Renda. I'm Director for Digital Transformation Policy at Digital Europe. And this last session is going to be about data centers and chips and what they mean for energy policy and AI ambitions. AI is really foundational to where Europe goes next. We've discussed a lot about the opportunities. We're talking about scientific discovery, faster diagnosis of cancers, smarter energy grids, better public services. There are many. But I think it's important to remind ourselves that it's not just some weightless, magical solution. It runs not just on ambition, but on physical infrastructure. So that is what we're going to discuss today. I think we've already discussed several times about the tech sovereignty package. We have CADA looking at tripling data center capacity in Europe. We have also the CHIPS Act, which is all about strengthening Europe's semiconductor base. We also have a roadmap on digital and AI for energy applications. So we're going to unpack all of this together. And I think I have really the best makeup of a panel here because you're all coming from different perspectives. And what I would like to understand at the end is really a shared understanding of what we need to do together to tackle existing challenges and identify opportunities. So I will introduce speakers on stage. We have Stavros Athanasiou Kalafatis, Deputy Minister of Development for Greece. We have Manuel Mateo Guaye, who is Head of Unit for Cloud and Software at DG Connect of the European Commission. We have Adèle Nodi-Chambeau, who is Vice President, EU Government Affairs at Schneider Electric. And then we have Audrey Scozzaro-Ferrazzini, who is Managing Director, MVP for Government Affairs, EMEA at Qualcomm. So I want to kick off this discussion. We have about 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, and we have 4 speakers, so I'm going to be the timekeeper here. And I also encourage if you want to jump in and share your comments on what others have said, please feel free to do so. I would like to start with you, Minister. And I would like really to understand from you what value you see in data centers for Greece's economy and what Greece is doing to attract data center investments.
Yes. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And I think that the presence of Greece here shows 1 year before assuming the Greek presidency of the Council of the EU in 2027, actually sends a clear message that our country is actively present in co-shaping technological developments in Europe and institutionally preparing for our common challenges. And in recent years, Greece, he did, great improvement as far as the willing that my government showed regarding the vital role of the new technologies are going to play in the next years. What we did so far is that we did our investments in research and innovation have increased actually by nearly 70% since 2018. Proving that applied research, which is quite critical for us, is the catalyst for tomorrow's digital infrastructure. With a coordinated national strategy, we have already invested more than 300 million euros to upgrade our research centers, and this is something, again, very critical for the future. And to strengthen our ecosystem with 20,000 new high-skilled jobs over the last few years, which is the antidote, our response, our practical response to the brain drain issue, something that many countries really are facing. So if we would like to answer to the question, what builds what and why Europe and how can we attract investments, not only in data centers, but generally in whatever it's concerned to, it is close with the new technologies. Greece's answer is the creation of a unified, comprehensive national network of technological infrastructure. We realized that we have different components of the ecosystem that they are doing a great job, but individually. We have the universities, we have the research centers, we have startups, we have many entrepreneurs that would like to invest in new technologies. Every sector did a great job, but the problem was the coordination, actually. They didn't really work together. They didn't have an administrator, a coordinator that can do the job. So what we do over the last few years is to bring together all those components, the stakeholders of the ecosystem, in order to work for a very comprehensive target. And at the end, and I'm closing with that, we're trying and we're creating a new ministry, actually, we're working on that. So after the next elections in Greece will be in a few months from now, we're going to have a new ministry and the higher education, research centers, the startup community and innovation will be under one umbrella in order to have this comprehensive strategy and plan on tracks even more effectively.
Thank you very much. And I would like now to bring the point of view from the industry here. And Adele, I would like to start with you now. I mentioned just before the EU pushes to triple data center capacity under CADA. What are the biggest practical bottlenecks you see from a Schneider Electric's point of view, and what do you think should be done to address those?
Thank you, Vincenzo. And first, I would like to support very much the proposal to triple the data center capacity in Europe with very ambitious objective in the 5-7 years. It's a big opportunity, but it's also a risk if we don't manage to catch up, and we've been hearing a lot before. The reality is Europe has, in average, 4-5% of the cloud computing power, while it represents 20% of the global economy. So here, we really need to step up to make sure we up to the level and to the challenge. The way we see it at Schneider Electric is it's not about algorithm, it's not about the innovation ecosystem. It's about the physical infrastructure, which is becoming the main bottleneck in Europe for data centers. I mean, we know all the figures on the permitting. It's up to 5-7 years. If you add to that the grid connection, in average 2 best case scenario, up to 10 years, it takes time. So speed is a major element. And on top of that, coming also from the grid side, we have a very aging electricity grid in Europe. 40% of the electricity grids is more than 40 years, and we know we need 1.2 trillion investment by 2030. So that's a bit the challenges Europe is faced with. And how we can flip that? What are the solutions? What we want to see is, and that's also what we were very pleased to see in the CADA, is to move from a reactive to a proactive planning approach when it comes to data centers as a way to really accelerate. And it comes to mapping in advance where you can have faster permitting processes, where you can have faster grid connection. That means that public authorities have to be involved, have to support in identifying those areas where we can accelerate. There's some positive examples. As a French company, I will take the example of France, where with system operators, they've been work to identify 60 areas where you can have faster connection, faster permitting, and also on the acceptance being on the social and also environmental aspect. And also number of sites, 5 on to have fast track to be connected to the high voltage, to the transmission level. And we see that very positively because it helps to accelerate. The other thing I'd like to mention is how we can not only look at greenfield, but also brownfield. You have a number of existing sites installation where you already have the grid connection, and that can be reused for data centers project. And 2 last points on my side, as well on the grid connection. So that was in the grid package, moving from first arrived, first served to first ready, first mature is really the way forward. So there's guidance from the Commission. We really hope it's going to be implemented at member state level, because we do have a lot of zombie projects which are getting these queues also longer. And third, it's very important as well to ease this pressure on the grid and on the grid connection with investment in the grid modernization. We know we'll need more grids, build more grids, but also we need to use the grid, existing one, to its maximum capacity. And with digital tools, so Digital Europe has been also making a number of calls there, but it's looking at the 2 aspects, not only on the end use and data centers, but also on the grid aspect and how we can accelerate its modernization.
Thank you very much, Adele, for these points. I would like now to move to you, Audrey. In this discussion around the data center build-outs, there's a debate, and we've also heard today, about who should own and operate Europe's data center infrastructure as it scales. Qualcomm is obviously a critical player in the tech stack. It's not a European operator. So how do you see your role in this more sovereign European data center ecosystem?
Thanks, Vincenzo, for the question. So I'm going to say first, I think Qualcomm is a European player. We are a US company acting globally across the world. And Qualcomm can be a French company, Qualcomm can be a Belgian company, Qualcomm can be, anything. But I think we are all interconnected. Talking about the sovereignty piece, I think it's an important discussion, and it's a discussion that is evolving, and it requires a level of sophistication. When we talk about sovereignty, it's how it's governed, where it is located, how resilient it is, and how open the technology stack is. And I know that some of the previous speakers talk about that, but I think this is important. It's a little bit more complex. So we're not an hyperscaler. And we do not operate data centers. So you might ask yourself, why Audrey is here? And because AI is very important for all the players, and Qualcomm is becoming an AI company. And so we do have an important role to play in the technology stack. And especially as well with the growing importance of agentic AI that I'm going to start to develop a little bit more. With the increasing importance in mind, we believe that we have a significant responsibility to ensure that we are properly supporting our European partners, including Schneider, to ensure that our technology are built on open and interoperable standards. So we're providing choice to our partner, and it's going to be very important in the future. And this includes a number of, I'm going to be a little bit techy because it's Digital Europe, okay, but advanced semiconductor and AI inference capabilities. And I'm going to quiz everybody to tell me what is inference, okay? But as well, energy efficient compute technologies and connectivity and network expertise. So that's going to be a very important blend in the future. And we see this as important contribution. Our commitment are going to help to create more choice, more competition across the stack. So we're going to help, and you are not the only one, okay, but to reduce the reliance on closed ecosystem and supporting more resilient, efficient, and diversified digital infrastructure for Europe. To make it more concrete, last week we had an important momentum as at our Investor Day, we launched a full set of new chipsets for data center. And one under one brand, which is called the Dragonfly brand. And why I'm mentioning that, talking about efficiency, because we are launching on the market a new CPU, so it's central processing unit, okay, so it's a chipset. But it's going to be very, very powerful with high bandwidth compute. So what it means, it's going to enable high performance inferencing for agentic AI at significant lower power and cost. So just to make, or to ask the question, I'm going to ask the question to Manuel, so you will be able to answer. Can you explain to the room what is the difference between learning and inferencing for data center? Because I guess this is where Europe will have a role to play. I'm changing a little bit. Yeah. On the inferencing.
No, I can explain.
Yeah.
I'm cutting completely Vincenzo.
I'm cutting Vincenzo.
Maybe you can roll it, Sparrow, into your answer
but
later.
Maybe just to tell you, so the difference between learning and inferencing. Learning is when you go to school and you learn a lot, okay? You go to school, you go to university, you absorb. This is what has happened with the LLM models. The inferencing part is that when you enter into the market, and you're going to use all the learning that you have to really answer to the need. And so in the inferencing part, this is where we are seeing a lot of potential business growth opportunities, because that's where data center will make a difference. To finish with, the European approach to initiatives such as the AI Gigafactories, which is based on European leadership and governance, and combined with different partnerships with the ecosystem, as Stavros mentioned, are a good step in the right direction. And we believe that it's going to be very, very important to support the priorities such as the energy-efficient AI infrastructure, the industrial competitiveness, and as well open and standard-based innovation. And I stop.
Thank you very much, Audrey. And now turning to you, Manuel. You've heard already several insights from industry, AI inferencing versus AI training, importance of speed in build-out of data centers. We discussed a lot about CADA today, but I'm very curious to hear from you what you think is the main added value from European Commission's proposal when it comes to data center capacity.
So thank you, Vincenzo and Audrey, for the questions. I think the main added value, my director Thibaut Kleiner earlier this afternoon built the case that it's pro-investment, so I will not repeat his arguments. I think then to your question, I would rather explain the simplification angle. Very often Brussels is criticized by more regulation, makes things more complicated, and here really what the Cloud and AI Development Act is about making life easier, well, indirectly for Audrey and Adele, but mostly for their clients, so the data center operators and investors, and the people Minister Atanasiou wants to bring to Greece. So it's all about simplification. And a lot of the things that are in the Cloud and AI Development Act, to be frank, could be done even in the absence of regulation. A lot of initiatives at European level, whether the region of Aragon or Sweden, or Adele was mentioning France recently, or the investments some cloud service providers are doing in Greece on data centers, do not fall from the sky. They're the active, the fruit of the active involvement of public authorities in attracting those investments. The problem is, and this has been said all afternoon long, is that Europe altogether doesn't have enough capacity. So the provisions on data center in the Cloud and AI Development Act is a bit of a wake-up call to say this tripling of capacity is not a nice, but it's a must. And actually it's only an intermediary goal into something even bigger, but which is today not it's today impossible to put a number, so we haven't yet, but in due course it will come. But it's not the end. I mean, the curve will not flatten out at that moment. I think Audrey's comment on inference and training is very relevant, because it points to a number of considerations. First is that Europe hasn't got today the facility to train AI models. Those are huge facilities. If you look at the aerial views of where the big American models have been trained, those are several football field size facilities and often distributed over only a couple of kilometers. It's really gigantic facilities, and Europe doesn't have those facilities. We need them, and we're working on them. But what is really interesting is the perspective of inference, because inference requires a different type of facility. It's not a central big machine, to put it like this. It's more much smaller facilities, much more distributed. How much depends a bit on the application, but you need data centers every, say, at least 100 kilometers, ideally less, but every 100 to 500 kilometers maximum. There's a number of things you can do from Lisbon, pinging a data center in Luleå in northern Sweden. But there's another number of things, in particular AI inference, that you can only do on site. Things like real-time video, AI analysis can only be done with something which is within a few kilometers. And this is useful for medical AI, for fire prevention AI, for entertainment AI in stadiums. There's a whole lot of applications, automated driving, automated energy management. Those things are really needed, and the facilities there are different. So in Europe, it's both a question of increasing as a region our data center capacity, but as well as making sure it is sufficiently distributed for AI inference.
Thank you very much, Manuel, also for addressing Audrey's question. Adele, I would like now to turn to you. We've discussed how this target is not just a nice to have, but it's really a must. We need to attract these investments to build here in Europe these data centers. It also requires to look into the grids and our energy systems. So where do you see the technology today making the biggest difference in terms of reducing the energy footprint of AI factories?
Thank you, Vincenzo, for the question. It's an important one. And so coming from a technology company, so Schneider is pretty unique because it covers the whole data center stack, so from power distribution, cooling, UPS, energy management of data centers that we are providing to support our customers in this field. So I'd like to highlight three main elements, going from the more micro product to the system approach. First, it's about technology and products. I mean, it's a fast evolving environment, and we're trying to innovate, to develop technology, to serve our customers. And we see, for instance, UPS, we've improved considerably the energy efficiency over time to make sure we put the best products for our customer. Second is cooling. We know that with AI data center, and AI workloads increase power density in racks and needs more cooling. So the traditional cooling needs to also move to more innovation, and we've been working also on new innovation. We've actually acquired a company called Motivair, which is offering liquid cooling solutions to hyperscalers, co-locations, and as well high-density data centers environment. One also interesting project and solution we're developing with customers is in Portugal. We have partnered with Start Campus, where we have it, so it's close to the sea, and we've developed cooling with seawater, so also addressing the question of the water usage, and based 100% on renewables. So the more we're moving, the more we're innovating and together with customers to find a sustainable solution, develop innovation to be able to serve the needs. So that's on the product. Then on the data centers as well, one key message is energy efficiency. We need to keep the momentum on energy efficiency because we all know that the cheapest energy is the energy we don't use, and this is still very valid. And here it should apply across the whole stack, and also Audrey was referring to that. We have also a number of software, energy management software, to support and to make sure we can run data centers in the more energy efficient way. And then the third aspect is how we can integrate data center into the energy system. So this is a bit a topic that is very much discussed, because data centers are no longer energy consumers, but it needs to be fully integrated into the energy system. So there are different technologies. One is how they can self-generate, self-consume, and having storage. We have also solution AI-powered microgrids, which are also helping our customers, and also to increase their resilience. The whole topic of waste heat recovery, because it generates a lot of heat. So how we can also reuse that, being in neighborhood, in district. We have some projects in British University where actually we've been having a data center close to the university and student homes, where the waste heat is reused to heat for the heating and for the water. And last and very important also are how data centers can be grid assets, offers grid services, and because we know that we'll need to have a much more flexible energy system in light of the challenges, more distributed energy resources and so on. So we had some projects as well in Denmark where UPS system have been used to provide services for frequency stabilization, showing also what's possible and how. So this is a moving, I would say, discussion, and where we see that we need we can support with the technologies that Schneider Electric can provide.
Thanks very much, Adele, for your answer. Audrey, now moving to you, and in this case, it's from a silicon, I would say, a system design perspective. What's the biggest opportunity to cut the energy intensity of AI workloads as new capacity comes online? And maybe also looking further ahead, how do you see the relationship between networks and data centers evolving? And again, also there, what's the role of energy efficiency, energy efficient compute in terms of meeting this demand?
So that's a complex question, okay? But thanks for the question. So I think where Qualcomm is coming from, and I think that's important to present the way we look at energy efficiency. So we're coming from the mobile world, where basically now it seems like a droit acquis that you have a phone and you have good network and a good battery. It required a lot of effort to have this. And because we have this knowledge along many players in the industry, we can port this knowledge now into more like the inference world. And it's going to be a combination of a lot of effort. But before I deep dive in the tech part, let me tell you that I think energy efficiency should be a shared goal for all of us, public sector, private sector. We need to make sure that, we have the electricity we need, not just for data center, it's very important and it will create growth, but as well to have energy for everybody. So we need to be very creative in how, we're going to make sure that we have the energy necessary to continue to function. And I'm not saying that as a statement, but there are countries that are saying we don't want more data center, okay? If we have to pick and choose, we prefer to serve our citizens. So it's a real problem for policymakers. But to tell you a little bit on this holistic approach, for us, it's a combination of silicon, system design, and workload management. I'm going to be very brief on the 3 points. On the first one, we need more efficient AI compute, particularly for inference, as I mentioned. And so we're moving from a performance per watt to, I would say, to a total cost of ownership. So the less you're going to consume on energy, the better you're going to invest. And this, requires as well to have much more energy efficient chipset. And it's we're going to see a lot of innovation in this field. The second point is on memory and data movement that can really help as well. Not everything, as Manuel mentioned, needs to go to the cloud all the time. For certain things, definitely yes, you might need to go to Lule from Spain, but not for everything. So a significant portion of energy consumption is still coming from moving data from one place to another one. So the less you can do on that, the better you can as well make some saving in energy. As well, we are seeing a lot of development in memory architecture that will help improve bandwidth and efficiency at lower power level. The third point is simply easy, better distribution of workload. So not all the workload will need to be processed in the data center. It's going to be a combination, and you mentioned it in your first intervention, combining device, edge, cloud compute, and all of that combined could help reduce the use of energy. As well, there will be more, I would say, innovation, but from where we sit, this is what we are seeing. In addition to the tech part that I mentioned, I believe in Europe, we do have a lot of strengths that we can leverage as well to meet those goals. The first one, the centralized infrastructure like the AI gigafactories are going to be very important to address those challenges. As well, industrial and edge AI deployment with diverse applications. As an example, you might have a gigafactory in one region that will say, okay, I'm going to dedicate all the workload in this specific use case. Let's say defense, or let's say healthcare. So that could as well, balance a little bit all the traffic. And the most important one, the talent base that we do have, and all the university work and all the work that the member states are doing to attract talent, finance talent. All of that will contribute to answer to your question. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Audrey. And now, Manuel, turning to you. I would say let's take a step back, and you mentioned before simplification, the opportunities to accelerate investments. And I would just like to ask, how will the Commission work with member states also to ensure that there's execution on the ground? And maybe where do you see the biggest success factor in ensuring that CADA's provisions on data centers are effectively implemented? And of course, when I mention member states, we have also Minister Calafates here. So yeah, happy to hear from you.
So the way we intend to do is maybe, let me start with what is not what is a bit boring but essential, which is we will first of all do monitoring. You cannot do proper policy without monitoring, and there's thousands of sources of data center capacity in Europe, but with dubious methodology. So we now did it once for the impact assessment of the Cloud and AI Development Act. We intend to renew this methodology year over year to be able to guide public policies at European level, and in particular to look at this, at the two dimensions I was mentioning earlier. What's the demand, what's the European capacity, and then where there are gaps for local needs. I think what is very important as well is, and what we will do is, the best practices are known, but are not known yet by everyone. And I think it's really essential that we spread the good word that some regions have been putting there. I'm thinking on a public authority point of view. But I'm thinking as well of the best practices on the data center industry itself. You were alluding to it without maybe daring to use the word, but there is a growing impression in some parts, not yet everywhere, that this idea of not in my backyard syndrome of data centers, I don't want them, but they give you all your mobile TV, digital services. Okay, they're needed, but not there. No. And I think part of the reason is And this is very much, I think, not something you can put in a piece of law, but it's something that needs to come from the industry, is to say, what do we do as an industry to be better perceived? Is it so difficult next to a data center to add an extra couple hundred square meters of co-working space? Is it so difficult to partner with a university and sublease them a few racks at a better price for their research projects? Is it so difficult to partner with local primary and secondary school and organize school visits? I mean, those are the things that I think, again, cannot come, are very local and circumstantial, but would go a huge way. And in the roadblocks that you were asking about, I think this is one that the industry needs to come forward with.
Thanks very much, Manuel. And now turning to you, Minister. I also mentioned before about opportunities for public-private cooperation. I would just like to give you the final word to comment maybe what are your reflections from this discussion until now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, dear friends, the European Commission, through the Cloud and AI Development Act, CADA, sets an ambitious but necessary goal: tripling data center capacity in Europe to safeguard our digital sovereignty. We share this goal, and we plan to turn it into reality in Greece as well. However, this rapid expansion brings us face to face with a major challenge. How can we grow without overburdening our energy grids and climate targets? The answer lies in action through the twin transition, the simultaneous digital and green transition. In Greece, we are proving that this is possible, can be happen. The major data center project of PPC in Kozani is in the western part of the northern part of Greece, I believe is a European model. What we did there, it's being developed actually, this project, in the heart of a region undergoing a just transition away from lignite, is directly connected to clean, renewable energy sources. It integrates the highest standards of circular economy and energy efficiency, and it's being implemented by the country's largest energy company. To succeed in this international race, however, Europe needs an outward-looking approach. As Minister of Development, we have already built bridges and strong alliances with global technology leaders like OpenAI, Mistral AI, Microsoft, Google. These partnerships, however, are strategically designed to align with European values, strengthen the European technology stack, and bring added value to our local economy, supporting our own businesses. And here is the critical role of legislation comes in. The implementation of the EUA Act must be guided by innovation with a human-centric face. We do not need regulatory gaps, nor do we need bureaucratic bottlenecks that strangle the market. Our goal is a state that is more effective and at the same time more investment-friendly. A framework that will allow domestic, small and medium-sized enterprises in Greece and Europe and our dynamic startup ecosystem to innovate, grow and compete in an equal footing globally. In closing, tripling European technological power is not just a matter of infrastructure. It is a matter of confidence in our own capabilities. And Greece, on the road to the 2027 presidency, is ready to play a leading role in this common European effort. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. I will need to wrap up now as we're running out of time. But I think I picked up a few things from this discussion. We've discussed sovereignty, competitiveness, sustainability, and investments, all I would say coming together under one umbrella. And we've also heard today that there are ingredients already there. We've heard local practices from the member states, also industry innovating across the board, from computing to energy to connectivity, the equipment. And I think what is also clear is that no single actor can get there alone. This really requires robust public-private partnership. And I think that's a very interesting element that I picked up from this discussion. So thank you to all the panelists joining, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, right. Yeah, I know. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
So with that, this is the end, as they say. So let me just try to wrap up in a very simple way before I let you out of this extremely cold room and to have some nice cold drinks. Maybe a few things I will remember. So I was actually very happy with this panel when the minister basically mentioned one of our members, PPC, and how they have built a data center that is using, all kinds of cutting-edge technologies, including PPC doing all the renewables around it. I am sure many of our other members and technology in there. This is exactly the kind of best practice that we need. With LETA, I think we got a little bit new tones, right? It's always been about regulation and how to simplify, which we need, but there was also a lot of investment in there. Common procurement, scale matters. It sounds like a campaign that Digital Europe started many years ago. Scale matters. We cannot win the game if we are all teeny-weeny stuck in a country and cannot scale across border. Cappuccino. What's the fluff and what's the coffee? A very good analogy for many of the media storms. And sometimes I think it's good to keep the head a little bit cold. Today, Methos was again released. It was 30 days. And maybe we need to remember that it takes 24 to 36 months to put a medical device on the market in Europe. So with that, I would say it's time to move from regulatory rulebook to actually delivering real capabilities in a single market. Sovereignty only matters if you can create scale with your capability, quote LETA. And digital is security policy. I had a very interesting discussion with the Lithuanian minister, and he said, we don't know what we are up to if we take a fighter jet that costs 500 million to shoot down a 500-euro drone, which is exactly how we are investing in the old defense environment right now. Big mistake, huge. Quote Julia Roberts. So basically, we need to change how we invest. We need to address those threats with the future of technology. We cannot address them with fighter jets. We will lose in 2 days. Competitiveness is built with partners. How on earth would we do it all alone if the whole thing is entangled in critical raw materials to AI algorithm to energy technologies or connectivity done by Europe or cloud done by US? Industry is the bridge when regimes are fighting. Let's make sure that we do more investment, that we become winners in Europe, and not just someone who's desperately trying to protect ourselves all the time. We can win, we are extremely innovative, and what we need is a market of scale. So we can deliver, we can simplify, scale, secure, we can partner, and we can deliver. Let's really focus. For me, the next big thing is, I know it's too little money in this 500 billion scale-up fund and in the budget, but we need to spend them in the right way. I have seen those companies that basically came out of the blue and grew and grew and grew. I have seen what happened when I came back from scaling in China and US, and all of the companies I used to compete with, they were gone because Europe could not scale them. Let's not repeat that history. Let's actually make sure that we are winners and not just worried about the future. On informing you on the next big things that we're doing, on the 29th of September, we have our transatlantic event. And last time I was super happy to see that actually a lot of Brussels facing were flying over to participate in that transatlantic dialogue. We have it in the Decatur House, just next to the White House. And on the 1st of December, we have our Digital Skills Summit and our Winter Summit on health and many other things. And on the 3rd and 4th of February, we have the Masters of Digital, the big thing. So in the meanwhile, let's make sure that we don't worry too much, but that we actually look at a brighter future where we make sure that we spend our money correct and that we actually believe that we can compete without overprotection. Thank you so much for staying here. And there will still be drinks out there, so please enjoy, stay and mingle, and have a lovely day.